It's quarter-final time here at the US Open, a tournament that is steeped in history, and we could very well see yet more made this weekend as Aloysius Yapp looks to make it 3 Open wins on the spin, and Josh Filler bids to become just the 10th player in history to get his hands on this trophy for a second time.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
Oh, and the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to one of the most prestigious events in the calendar, the US Open, the 48th staging of this tournament, and we are left with a star-studded quarter-final lineup as the reigning champion Fedor Gorst remains in the hunt for back-to-back glory here at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City. Yeah, hello and welcome back to the US Open, where it is quarter-final time. This afternoon delivered in terms of drama, delight and despair, and this evening promises to be no different as the stakes get higher and the pressure intensifies. Jeremy Jones and Scott Frost alongside me. What a last 16 we witnessed here this afternoon. The reigning champion is still standing, but my goodness was he made to work for that victory. Trailed 4-0 and 9-6, came through a hill thriller, Scott.
Yeah, you got to feel for Zielinski a little bit, right? The missed 5-ball, we were kind of curious about the position on that. I overheard Jeremy talking about that, but Gorst, once he gets towards the end, he seems to win, and I credit that a lot due to his mechanics.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, Jeremy, how he deals with the conditions tonight, because he struggled with the pace of the table this afternoon. Do you think he'll have rectified those errors this evening?
Yeah, he recognized it pretty quick during the match, I think, and tried to make those little adjustments, but it's hard to heat. But he's a guy that processes real well while he's playing, and I'm sure it's really good when he's not playing. So he'll be prepared for tonight. He's just got to see what chance he gets. Yeah, and it's testament to how good he is as a player, because he was berating himself something silly in his chair throughout that contest and still found a way to grind out the win.
Well, I'll tell you what, the commentators had picks, right? I'll be honest, none of us picked Federer to win this tournament. Of course, we knew in the back of our minds he can win this tournament, but it's just so difficult to two-time this tournament, especially back-to-back. Gorst, well, it looks like he's got a real good chance now.
Yeah, it does. And 12 months ago, we were talking about him and how incredible the achievement was because he completed the Gorst Slam, of course. This year, he's aiming to do something equally impressive.
Yeah, and you know, hadn't played as much this year, had a little time off to begin, prepared very well for the World 9-Ball Championships. Just Carlo Biaggi was just an inch better. You know, you got to believe in Fedor Gorst. He believes in himself, and you know, he's always going to bring us everything, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, we also this afternoon saw a masterclass from Ko Pin-Yi against Jason Shaw. He had the cue ball on the string. He was absolutely sensational throughout that, his positional play in particular.
Well, that was my pick to win the tournament before it started. I just felt like he's going to come on this week. He needs to win this event. He's so solid over the ball. Probably technically one of my favorite players to ever watch play.
Agree with that, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely. And like all the technical greats and the guys who have great cue balls, he can come with the big shot also. And one thing that I think really served well for him is having a big match against SVB right here on this table. And a lot of times those pool players were looking for that good match, and a good match on this kind of table that's a little different than the outer ones is going to serve him well. Yeah, and Michael Bohannon, really incredible. He has come through 2 hill thrillers in order to book his spot in the quarterfinals. He has to be one of the stories of the tournament.
Yeah, and what a nice guy. I got to interview him right after the match over there. He was shaking. He was more worried about our interview than what happened in the match, which was kind of funny to me. He almost missed the 8, but he said his heart was through the roof.
That's just what you do to people, Scott. I'm
Not
exactly
me.
the same
Not
when
me,
I talk
not
to you.
me.
JJ, how do you think he'll deal with the pressure tonight?
Well, I think he's free rolling a little bit as far as pressure, and I don't mean as an underdog. I just mean, you know, he's went through it already. I think it was last night that he was big time up, and he kind of faltered a lead, but got across the line. Today he had a lead, lost the lead, came on back with it. So he's been all over the place, but that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that's where we really learn a lot about a player, isn't it? But we can have a little look now of play for tonight. We have some mouth-watering matches in prospect. Look at what we've got up first on the TV table. Aloysius Yap taking on Joshua Filler, two of the in-form players on the World 9-Ball Tour circuit at the moment. That's then followed by the reigning and defending champion and world #1 in Fedor Gorst. On table 2, Ko Pin-Yi, we've spoken a little bit about him already. He takes on Dennis Grab and Johan Chua. It feels like we've not really been talking much about his chances so far in this tournament, but he is certainly a player who is always one to watch, taking on Niels Feijen.
Yeah, Johan Chua just continues to get stronger and stronger. He just covered the Battle of the Bull over there. He just won that. He had to play 5 matches in the final day. Every match he looked like he was stronger physically and on the table. It's kind of insane what he's doing right now. We should be talking about him a little bit more, in my opinion.
Yeah, a word on Niels as well, because Albin Ocean came here this week and it felt like he's been resurgent, hasn't he, on the 9-ball circuit, and Niels took care of him quite comfortably.
Yeah, and you know, good for Albin. I did see some good things from Albin, and he'll push forward, and he'll probably get this W one day soon. Who knows? But yeah, as far as Niels, sometimes, you know, when you're a younger player and you're trying to break through, you got to have that believe moment, and I think us veterans got to have that same thing at times, and Niels has certainly had that. Remember, 2 years ago he was a semifinalist here, and he's a guy that stays in shape, and he's not afraid of the big shot.
Yeah, and at 48 years old, he just won the Super Billiard Expo that I covered over there in Philly. So there's no reason why Niels can't win this event.
And Aloysius Yap, back-to-back Open triumph, Florida and the UK Open. It has been incredible. He was the MVP at the Reyes Cup, of course, and now he comes here. He is starting to produce better and better as this tournament goes on.
Well, Jeremy's a huge fan. I know he and Jeremy are good friends. AJ's actually worked with him a little bit, but I don't think there's anybody more consistent on tour now. That's pretty obvious. He's just such a smooth criminal.
What are the main things that have stood out to you when you have worked with him?
Well, we never really officially worked together, but we did hang out a lot, talk about pool and whatnot. But he's always had a keen mind for the game. He understands the cue ball. He understands percentages. Before, it was kind of like once he got in line, it was over. But now he's a lot better with the big shot. I'm happy to see that match he played in the last, because he did struggle early in this event, but as a true champion does, he strives and continues to move forward.
Yeah, Aloysius Yap looking to make it 3 Open wins on the spin. He is very much a man in form.
Aloysius, let's look back at May, the UK Open. That was a great week and a phenomenal tournament for you where you took down the trophy.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I felt I played good throughout the event. I got really lucky when I needed to. Yeah, I'm happy that I won it in the end.
Yeah, every pool player seems to think they get lucky when they win, but the final was a dominating display for you, wasn't it, against Jonas?
I know Jonas was playing really good at the moment, so the only way I could win him is to not let him get to the table.
The first ever Florida Open, you took that title down. So it's not all about luck, there's obviously some skill though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this level, you have to play really good, but you also need to have luck at the same time. But yeah, everybody's so good now, you can't afford a mistake.
We're at the US Open, you've been to the final before. What makes the US Open so prestigious, such a special tournament?
It just means everything to everyone. I think it's one of the best events, probably after the World Championships. Being able to call yourself a US Open champion just hits different.
Your form has been good so far this week. The field is getting smaller, but the competition is only going to get tougher from now on in.
I've been struggling at times actually, but so far I've been handling it pretty well. Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. You know, everybody, at this moment, everybody plays great. So I have to play my best and really hope the ball rolls for me.
Well, it's just thanks for the catch-up and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, of course, it's not just the US Open title on the line this weekend, because the SVB Junior Open reaches its conclusion this evening. JJ, when you look around this arena and everything that's on offer for these youngsters, how amazing an opportunity for them to get this experience?
Yeah, it's probably more amazing than they even know, and a little jealous, to be honest with you. Didn't have it myself, but But yeah, these kids, they're going to make a lot of memories. It looks like they always make friends with each other between the players in the junior event. Also, we've seen a few that have evolved into the main events now, and that's what we, bringing them up the right way. All these great players, and then eventually they're going to have to try and beat them.
Yeah, it is incredibly beneficial for them. But what are the main things that you want to see from these youngsters at this stage in their career?
Well, I want to see them in the stands. I want to see them in the stands watching these guys, right? They feel the pain. They can also feel the success. It's really a part of it. When you're sitting in the stands and you're a junior, I can only imagine. I didn't have the chance, like Jeremy said, but you're going to want it really, really bad. And I think that's a huge thing.
And just finally, bringing it back to the US Open, Joshua Filler up first on the TV table. He's been breaking so well throughout this tournament, and he interestingly said in the build-up to his last match that he's worked a lot on the tactical side of the game, and that's showing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's quickly become one of the best in that department as well, and he's going to have a test in that because Aloysius Yap is very good in that department. Both lefties are on point in their game, and besides the World Championships, those are the two guys that have taken down the other three big open events this year. So it's going to be a heck of a match. And I don't know, is this Aloysius' first match on this table all week? I think it is.
Yeah, I believe it is. Of course, Aloysius Yap got the better of Joshua Filler en route to the final of this tournament back in 2021 as well. We really do have some mouth-watering matches in prospect. So let's get the quarterfinals underway.
If you want to win, you got to do what's important now. Stay on the next shot and nothing else.
I very want to win this time, so I will do my best.
It would mean a lot to me, especially winning this event for my country.
I just focus on my game and I'm here to win.
I feel super confident here. Can't wait for today.
I'm here to win the US Open.
Just hope to do my best and really just keep my head in the game.
I'm still at the top of my game, and whatever I do on the practice table works.
Welcome back to Atlantic City. A fantastic crowd in here this evening because it's the quarterfinals of the LiveSB.io US Open Pool Championship. The stakes are rising, $25,000 guaranteed for the winners of tonight's match. But before we welcome our quarterfinalists, it's time to welcome two young stars who've been competing in the SVB Junior Open. So please put your hands together for your finalists. It's Jack Beggs and Martin Röser. The caliber is high now in the quarterfinals, and two top players ready to walk in on table number 2. Please welcome the Terminator Niels Fine and his opponent, Bad Boy Johan Chua. Here on the TV table, two players have already won titles so far this season. Up first, the European Open champion. It's the killer, Joshua Filler! And his opponent is the inaugural Florida Open champion. Let's hear it for Aloysius Yap!
Right then, while the players take a minute to go through their warm-up racks, we're going to take a short break. Join us in a couple of minutes' time as the quarter-final matches get underway. to Atlantic City, where it's quarter-final time here at the US Open. After surviving a scare this afternoon, Fedor Gorst returns to action a little bit later on. But before that, we have an incredibly intriguing contest to look forward to. Two in-form players as the European Open champion Josh Filler takes on the UK and Florida Open champion and current world number 3, Aloysius Yap. So to see who comes out on top in this one, let's join our commentary team of Jeremy Jones and Phil Yates.
Abigail, thanks very much indeed. Yes, you know, quite often movies hit the screen on a Friday. Well, this is a pool movie, otherwise known as a blockbuster. It is a match between two players who aren't just excellent, they're excellent now. They're in top form, they've had great years, and they clash this evening in a race to 10. This could easily be the final. It is the quarterfinal. They have played in the US Open before. That was back in 2021 when Aloysius Yap really announced himself on a major stage. He got to the title match and he beat Filler 11-4 in the last 32, and he followed up for good measure by beating Shane Van Boening 11-5 in the last 16. He's a very capable player, but of course Joshua Filler, in the eyes of many, and I wouldn't dispute their assessment, is the most capable of the lot. And boy, at the European Open in Sarajevo, it was a case of utter domination. He beat Naoki Oi in the final 13-1 in next to no time. And that's just one title in an array of them for the killer. He has won the US Open before, of course, and he's well capable of. Aloysius Yap is a fine potter, but you'd have to give the edge in that department, Jeremy Jones, to Joshua Filler. And the reason for that, whoever he played on the planet in terms of pure potting, you would give the edge to Joshua Filler.
Yeah, absolutely. Even some of your snooker guys, you may give the edge to Joshua Filler in that regard. And it's one area, though, that Yap has really improved on, the long ball. Early in this tournament, he did have some misses I didn't expect. He played beautifully in his last. This is his first match on this table this week, I believe, for Yap, but just thinking about it, pretty sure it was the exact same table they played the final on in the Florida Open, so won't be too long ago. That'll have good memories.
Now, I'll take great to look at our pundits' picks before the start. Carl Boys and I went for Joshua Filler. I think it's the only thing we've agreed on in a 3-week trip. Our outsiders are both out. Scott Frost is still going with Ko Pin-Yi, but Jeremy Jones, 0-2.
Yeah, 0-2. Duong put up a hell of a fight along with Eagle Eye. Just wasn't meant to be. But again, some pundits have some rolling. Ko Pin-Yi, Joshua Filler. They all tough matches from here. Tough sledding, as they say.
The way the draw is, whoever wins this match will play Ko Pin-Yi or Estonia's Dennis Grabber in the last 4 tomorrow. And it's a big money match, this. By getting to this stage, they're all on $15,000 US and the same amount of World 9-Ball Tour ranking points. Win this match and you're on $25,000 US. And I was just taking a look at the European Mosconi Cup standings, and regardless of what happens tonight, at this precise moment, with all points counted, Joshua Filler is top of the list.
Yeah, well, top of the list or 20th, if that's even possible. Be hard for any captain or anyone involved not to have Joshua Filler on that European team.
Another interesting aspect is the way they've arrived here. Both undefeated in 6 matches. In terms of racks won, Aloysius Yap, he's won 57 racks for the loss of 21. Would you believe Josh Filler has won 57 racks for the loss of 22? So no clues provided there. Filler's the younger man, 27. to Aloysius Yap, 29. They're both in prime form, in the prime time of their careers.
Great match, and you may lag for break.
Yeah, two lefties, and the lag is almost overlooked, but we've seen it here late in the tournament. It has really shown up. Players are breaking the balls better, getting a few more shots. And it'll be the lefty from Singapore to break the balls. Open this match. Again, it could be a final in any tournament you see.
Rack number 1, Mr. Yap to break.
Where's the 9? So close, but also close. The cue ball to the 2.
Yeah, he's in a funny situation. This overhead, once it settles, will tell us if he has anything on the blue 2, but the 9. And the way he sits on the blue 2, I don't think he can get the cue ball at the 9 without something really kind of like a trick shot.
You don't Golden breaks into that pocket, do you?
No, and man, he could feather the 2, maybe drop behind the 6, but anyone can tell if he doesn't get that, he's giving up a combination. I think he's got to play off what would be his right side of the 2 and try and just move the 2 out and go to the top rail, trying to use the 3 as a snooker. John Lehman, our referee here in this big match, this quarterfinal. Is he trying to bank the 2 at the 9? Oh, he could make it in the side. Talked about it in the last match, Phil. Pool's the most amazing sport just because you can't practice all the different situations that come up. Just impossible, really. So like other sports, they really play on instinct.
First impression when the 9 went over the pocket was that the rack was going to end with a combo. Maybe not now, just a natural run out is very much there.
Yeah, and he's falling perfect on this pink. Yap, a sharp customer also. He's probably recognized some of the comments that have been made about this table playing a hair slower. The rail's a little softer. But the great players adjust, not only because of technique. I think technique makes it easier to adjust from table to table, pool room to pool room, and tournament to tournament, but also his shot selection really guards towards big errors.
He has missed a couple of sitters this week. While he's not been centre stage, of course, most of his matches have been on the streaming tables, and I remember one 5 ball that he missed was hard to believe, an 8 as well.
Yeah, talking about an 8, you can't see it, but I just saw it. Johan Chua just fluked the 8 in massively in game 1 against Niels Van. We'll keep you updated on those scores.
Yeah, Chua took full advantage, drawing first blood, hence the applause.
Yeah, you know, we talk about Fedor Gorst a lot, and why wouldn't you, with everything he's done in the game, and especially of late. But just the same with Yap, you know, you can't always play perfect every match, so scraping through when you're not your best, still getting the W, being able to move forward, it means a whole heck of a lot.
And you were talking about the importance of the lag, Jeremy. Well, there it's kicked in. Break and run out from the get-go. Yap 1, Phil 0. So far here, well, it was easy going early on. Aloysius Yap beat Cowboy Joe Blyler 9-2. Then he beat Stephen Fleming 9-5. Good Filipino 9-2. Marvin Assis he overcame. He has been to the final before in 2021. He's the pride of Singapore, there's no doubt about that. And into single elimination here, he beat the likes of Arseny Sevastianov, who beat Shane Van Boening and Jeremy Jones earlier in the tournament. Then he beat a double World 9-ball finalist, Kuo Po Cheng 10-7, before this afternoon overcoming Jeffrey Roeder of the Philippines 10-2. And that was the joint most convincing win in that round. As for Joshua Filler, he was the winner at the Mandalay Bay Casino and Resort in Las Vegas 6 years ago. He was only 21 when he captured the title, and he's won so much, and not just way back when.
Current score is
this year as well. He's had a really good time.
Mr. Yap to break.
We talked about the European Open. He also won the Buffalo's Pro Classic event. And indeed the Derby City Classic 9-ball. So 2025 has been a profitable year for the killer.
Yeah, I think with both these players, you won't see as much of the thunderous break. Don't think they really use that like some others, but very high percent one. Now he has a look at the blue too. I don't know if there's anything offensive that he likes. Lots of safety options though. Now does he really try to get the devastating snooker maybe behind the pink? He's got a big 7-8. He can go upstairs with the cue ball, place the 2 underneath the 9. Yeah, this kick shot from Josh, you won't see him just go at it 100 miles an hour. Ball's out in the middle of the table, plus some other balls around. You can go with that medium speed and come clean quite often.
Foul, no contact.
Villa seemed a little astonished by that.
Shot, please.
Yeah, these rails play a hair softer. Now they are, I'm sure, the same exact rubber on the tables, but just sometimes how they, you know, are put together with different woods and whatnot. Sometimes it's different areas of the room with the air hitting, and sometimes a little moisture can have effect, but an awesome break and run in the first, you know, with that kind of trick shot on the 2, but now after the safety, he's set up real well.
Also looking good for Chua in the second rack on table 3. 4 Asian players in the last 8, 3 Europeans and 1 North American.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the leads really don't matter too much with this final 8. All have had all kinds of score lines, plus the break shot is so good with all of them. I think they can overcome some leads as long as it doesn't get ridiculous.
Well, both of these two made explosive starts to their last 16 matches this afternoon. Yap led 9-0, Filler led 6-0. That helps.
Yeah, without a doubt, they brought their best here on this Friday afternoon and evening. As you would expect, to be honest. I mean, that's what the greats do. All right, could play from underneath and the side, could come all the way back above. I like that myself, trying to come above. But this is what I was talking about as far as the rails playing a hair softer. You get into the ball, it almost works against you.
Chewer's just knocked in a mid-distance 9 for 2-0.
So I think he'll certainly attack with the cut shot. Just trying to figure out maybe what he wants to do with the cue ball. Yeah, nice shot there, just letting the natural run of the cue ball take over. Early, can't overlook these though.
'25 has been an extraordinary year for Aloysius Japp, but it could get even better. He leads Joshua Filler 2-0. And one of the great things about our 3-week trip to the eastern coast of the USA, we had the Florida Open, then the Battle of the Bull in Virginia, and now here. So many people have come to watch the inaugural Florida Open at the Carib Royale Resort in Orlando. Was just extraordinary, the amount of people who turned up. You expected at the US Open, pretty much all of the bleachers are filled, and it's going to be a full house tomorrow. Pool in the United States, extremely popular, Jeremy. You know far more about it than me, but there's no doubt the game is catching the imagination.
Yeah, without a doubt. So many people these days really put maximum efforts in all kinds of ways to grow the sport. Of course, you can't do it without the fans, and a lot of those fans are avid players also, Phil, as you know, and maybe picking up a few things, but these are certainly their heroes.
It was announced during the Florida Open that next year's Mosconi Cup will be back there in the theme park capital of the world. Of course, this year's Mosconi Cup will be played at the Alexandra Palace, December 3 to 6 in North London. Aloysius Japp won't be there. Don't think he qualifies for Europe, but both teams wish he did.
Well, you
Bracket number 3, our current score is 2-0 in favor of Mr. Japp. Mr. Japp to break.
He'll be at that Reyes Cup, and what a show he put on last year there. I think when it comes to pressure, that really sent him to the next level, being able to handle the big time. I tried to get a little more into that, caught the one a hair thin. He's gonna get a look at the blue 2. And every time today there's been a long, tough 2 ball, it's made go at it, because now again the 3's on the bottom. Could play a safety, but I like him attacking. You could see happy the way he hit the 1. It was definitely a little thin. And the problem here is the 6 ball really doesn't want to add a lot of left English and go towards that left side pocket with the cue ball. The 6 is really impeding the natural path.
Junior final, by the way. Martin Rosa of Germany leading Jack Beggs of New Zealand 2-1.
See how he's hitting a high ball, so he's trying to come left of the 6. Back where he's at now. And caught a little thick. Wants the cue ball to get rest on the rail to make it as difficult as possible. So now we'll either see what we all want to see, something incredible, or that tactical side that he's improved on.
Well, there's no better potter than Philip, but is it worth taking on the 2 shape-wise.
Yeah, he's just got to chip off the right side of the 2 and try and run down below the 9,
Attention,
I think.
please.
He's a little elevated, so he's trying to dig off the right side. Is he drawing this? No way. Yeah, he's trying to dig on the right side of it. The last thing he wanted was the 2 to hang. It's very hard to hang that ball coming in at that angle and that speed. Figured it to escape the pocket if he missed.
The only positive for Filler, it's going to be tough to get position from 2 to 3.
Yeah, the brown 7 was knocked down in the way of one of those corners for the red 3, so that really limits options. Could be a big draw stroke.
Attention, please.
Got to go. Heck of an effort. And again, along with the long ball, along with the break shot, the jump is where Aloysius has really improved also. Figure him to make this.
Yeah, I was with you, Jeremy. I thought he would. Now this is our first look at the juniors. Nicely potted. Jack Beggs from New Zealand beat his brother in the semi-finals, and he's just knocked in the 9 there to draw level at 2-2. Yeah, Beggs beat his brother Sean 7-3 in the last 4.
Little drag stroke here. Watch the ball come with draw and then turnover. Players will do that from distance for many different reasons. Feel the speed of killing the cue ball a little bit better. You always feel like the ball's not going to roll off as much if it has a chance to roll off, if the cue ball's sliding and spinning.
The thing with Filler, it's inevitability when he's in this kind of situation. You can't imagine he will miss. Of course he does on occasions, but it's always a source of astonishment when he does.
Yeah, and watching him earlier, and I've always loved his interviews, but funny watching him now. I just feel like I've been around him so much. I've seen him mature and look like a little bit more of an older man, and of course he's not old by any means, but
when the jump shot was missed, you thought Filler would get a rack on his side of the ledger, and that's exactly what happens. So Yap leads, but only 2-1. This is Atlantic City, the sparkling lights next to the Atlantic Ocean. And of course, since 2021, it's been host to one of the most sparkling 9-ball, the historic
Rack number
US
4.
Open.
Our current score 2-1 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
Joshua Filler trying to join the select group of players who've won this tournament on more than one occasion. Oh, and now that's a break that works. Look at the 4-9, look at the 2 over the pocket. Everything's in his favour.
Match is going to be tied very quickly, and just at first glance, you got to like the breaking end of far. I know it's his first one, but look at the spreads. Not just the combination that's going to win this game quickly, but much more action on the balls, which I really think is going to be a good thing. Yeah, it looks like a throw in here on the 4-9.
Well, it did go in. Only though after an almighty struggle. Quickly, Filler, after falling 2-0 down, gets back onto level term. But that 9 was not clean.
Yeah, it looked like he actually kind of let up on the swing just a hair. He wasn't sure when it left, that's without a doubt. Did get it down. 2-2's our score.
In the other quarter-final that's going on at the moment, Niels Fine is on the board. It looked like being 3-0 to Johan Chua, but with the cue ball close to the lung rail on the right-hand side as we're looking at the table, he overcut quite a tricky 6, and Fine did the rest. This is the 2025 World 9-Ball Tour schedule, and there's still plenty to come. An Asian triple header in the month of October, Hanoi Open, then the Reyes Cup, that is this year, Asia against the rest of the world. And following that, it is the inaugural Philippines Open. Again, an open world ranking tournament, which is bound to create great interest in a country that just embraces pool, perhaps like no other. And then, of course, as I've mentioned before, the year culminates with the Mosconi Cup.
5, we're all 2 games apiece. Mr. Filler to break.
Yeah, the spreads look again much better for Josh than they have for Yap so far. Another great look at the blue 2.
Well, if he keeps breaking like this, Yap's in trouble.
Yeah, the whole world's in trouble, I'll tell you. And just look at the whole table. He has a look on every ball, and that's what I mean about if you can pick up the pace a little more, but a little better connection. You don't get that congestion near the rack. This is going to work out just fine. And he wasn't too happy with the stroke, I think. I think he got a little quick again. Now, does he have to come some 3 rails around the table? Certainly won't set up for a 5-9 combo. I wouldn't think anyways. Maybe he will. Now, I like that decision right here, what he's looking at. Drawing into the purple 5 nice and softly. Just kind of bump it a foot away, maybe. Hard to get in trouble. He got between. I didn't know that was even possible.
He's had quite a tough road here. No problems in the first round. He beat Steve Copeland 9-1, but then had to come up against a fine prospect from Sweden. He beat Walter Laker 9-4. Then Roberto Gomez, former World 9-Ball Championship runner-up, 9-2. Former World Masters runner-up, Loho Sun, was beaten 10-4. Then the informed Chang Yulong, semi-finalist in both the Florida Open and the Battle of the Bull. And then this afternoon, he put Oscar Dominguez to the sword.
Yeah, and I think Chang Yulong had him 7-5, if I remember correctly, before 5 on the spin to end it for Josh Filler.
You do remember correctly.
And he knows when to take that little extra time.
You heard the crowd's reaction when Joshua Filler misses a ball that's that. It's always a sort of oohs and ahs.
Yeah, good to see a ball, though, that really shouldn't go hang up. I think there's been a few at times that have, but yeah, I think he's just maybe dealing with a little bit of a quick backswing at times here in the early. Saw him shake his head after a few balls he's made where he wasn't too happy with the delivery. This is tricky, though, Phil. Not easy to command this coming out of the pocket. Yeah. He tried to play a rail first. Again, not a shot you practice very, very often. What happened is the ball swerved a little early on him and he caught the 8 thick.
I'd say here 70-30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always the one that wants to bet on the great players to make it, no matter really what the shot is, but kind of agree with you under the circumstances.
The shoulder went into the shot. Filler not punished for that missed 8 ball. I think Yap might have been a little fortunate, though.
Yeah, I don't know if for a bank or not, but you see the cue kind of go up in the air. That shoulder gets involved with the same thing. Gosh, maybe a little quick with the backswing, and this bank is definitely on, though.
Second bite of the cherry. Joshua Filler puts rack 5 in the bank. And for the first time at 3-2. It wasn't the highest quality rack because we saw a couple of mistakes, but it was the most thrilling. Now let's take a quick look at the $2,500 US first prize here. And the man from Down Under, or the youngster from Down Under, Jack Beggs, is leading his German opponent 3-2. We've seen so many of the junior winners really blossom in the last few years. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, Walter Lakra, Felix Vogel, Albert Januata, Mika van Berkel.
Yeah, Pongers. I mean, there's so many out there, and of course some Americans as well. Well, Laz Martinez, who played in the Open this year. And
bracket number 6, our current score is 3-2 in favor of Mr. Filler. Mr. Filler to break.
We'll let you know how that one develops. The break from Filler this time, nowhere near as effective.
Yeah, and a great spread, but missed the one. A little on the short side, it appeared. And speaking of, we were talking, you know, outside the comms box. You've been around so many sports. Have you ever seen another sport where so many times a year the juniors really get next to the best in the business?
Well, it's a great idea from Emily Fraser to introduce them to this environment, and they definitely benefit. A little bit like the Junior Ryder Cup in golf. The juniors get together on the week of the Ryder Cup, and then they play a 9-hole exhibition at the actual venue just before the big thing starts.
All right, nice little draw stroke there. Had to kind of nip it with a little left spin to get short side on the 2. 3 does pass the 4, but after the 4, the real work begins. You can see the 5's a little funny with the 8. Combination's not bad if you get on it properly, but not the type of combination you want to shoot from a little off angle. Now, the good thing for Yap, and best thing, he's so smart with the layouts. He'll figure out something that's pretty high percentage, I think, but good thing that I see is the 6 is pretty accessible. So if he wants to try and get some kind of short side on the purple 5, the position isn't too tough to the 6. Looks like he's sizing up the combo, though.
It's 4-2 to Jack Beggs in the junior final. It's 3-1 for Johan Chur over Niels Feijen in the other US Open quarterfinal going on. Oh, and it's another setback for Yap.
Did it look like a little hiccup in the swing? Hesitation? Yeah, you see it right there on the replay, and just a little disturbance in the Yap force there at the moment. Don't think it's anything but laying behind the 8 here.
Attention, please.
He's let this go. I didn't understand that. He could have easily come off the left side of the purple and really buried it behind the black 8.
Yeah, over the course of the last 5 minutes or so, we're seeing some uncharacteristic shots from both.
He may have to put a little speed on this to get by the 9. He's a little flat. Oh, it's a better shot, better recovery.
Score update, Johan Chur leads Niels Feijen 4-1.
Yeah, not the start that Niels wanted for a few reasons, really. You always want to start, if you can, with the lead or at least keeping up, but you let a Johan Chur get going, doesn't matter what your name is, he's going to forget about you a little bit and then just get on to knocking those balls in. Is there a little worry coming 2 cushions here? Does he not want to float it? Maybe the nerves are a little high to float it with the hair left. If it comes 2 cushions, he could spread and get a little bit beyond the brown 7, so you can see him kind of looking at digging on the cue ball. Really nice kill stroke.
Yeah, can't see him messing up from here. Although he's a little short of optimal position on the 9. Yap is back on level terms with Joshua Filler. I think that's a fair reflection on how the early have gone. Barry Berman Trophy is the ultimate prize in 9-ball pool. It is so prestigious. The championship began in 1976. It's known as the World 9-Ball Tour's most historic major, and it's one of the most coveted titles in the sport. Add to that, first prize this time around of $100,000 and you can see the stakes are very high indeed.
Rack number 7, we're currently tied at 3 games apiece. Mr. Yap to break.
He's no stranger to beating big-name players. He beat a whole slew of them in winning the UK Open and indeed the Florida Open. But Filler is one of the biggest of the lot. Well, so many balls close to going in there, but nothing actually fell.
Yeah, definitely the break has changed for both players. Dry break from Mr. Filler in his last, and now Yap with a dry break right. Yeah, I wonder if the U.S. Open, that was intentional, the bicentennial year of our great country in 1976. Next year's 250 years for the Grand US of A.
Yeah, I remember 76. Two things I remember. I know that England played the USA in soccer. And I also remember that the tall ships going into New York City.
Well, undoubtedly, I'm sure England beat us in the soccer.
Yes.
Or the football, rather. Yeah, it's the type of shot he may be able to pocket with outside spin.
Attention, please.
No more difficult push out than when the ball's next to the pocket, but don't know what he's really inspecting. He has to hit this with left spin. Probably no way to really hold for the 2 ball. Yeah, I thought he was up against it there, no matter who he was, Josh Filler or not.
One of those horrible shots. That's like trying to hold a 6-footer with a big left to right break. It's one of those shots you just don't look forward to.
And he could actually put a little more right spin on there, so that actually gave him a chance to get position. Okay, he's a little thin now on the blue 2. As much as anything that'll upset Yap, it's when the cue ball gets a little awry. Just got to feather this one in. Can still hold for the red 3 pretty easily. And I think it's a culmination of things right now for both players as they're feeling each other out, meaning how good they both are. How much respect between the two, but also inching closer to that Barry Berman Trophy, which Yap hasn't ever had. He had a taste of it a little bit when Carlo won it. But it's been since 2019 for Josh Filler, and that just tells you how difficult it is to win. Just barely creeping above there on the 5, and I'd be careful coming across here. Easy to get kind of flat on the 6. You got to get into this a bit, get a good bounce off the second rail. Thought he may even just pinch it and go at the 9 with the cue ball. This is where he needs that big bounce to gain an angle. There's not a whole lot there, and that's why I said it may have just slow drawn the ball at the 9. In the center of the table, really easy to get on the 7. Now he's got to deliver a big draw stroke again. Don't think there's any angle to really stun up the table.
Attention, please.
Niels Fine got one back after what looked like a real easy combination on the 9 for Johan Chua. Set it over the pocket for a former 2-time world champion.
He dropped that one on a dime, the cue ball. Very nicely done. But they're a little clumsy. And look where the cue ball stopped.
Yeah, the side pockets, you can't slide them in like you can the corners, so falling on the rail, not the best for Mr. Yap. Should handle it, but you never know.
Well, again, he moved on the shot, but this time the 9 went in. So Yap in front for the first time since 2-1. Now it's 4-3. Let's get an update on the Junior Open, where Jack Beggs is leading Martin Rosa 5-2. Well, that was a bad error, making no contact.
Yeah, the kids, like the actually adult players, can't wait to get that ball in hand and get to running out.
Rosa in the semi-finals beat Tanner McKinney of the USA. Hill 7-6. And in the quarterfinals, he beat Hayden Ernst 7-4. Ernst, the winner of the Junior Open in Florida a couple of weeks ago. Oh, but there's no excuse for that. Bad mistake.
Rack number 8. Our current score is 4-3 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break.
We'll keep it on the juniors there, let them clean up. Yeah, the one went high again, and this is what I talked about. Look at all the congestion around the racking end, and sometimes can bode very well, make for some easy runouts or easy safeties or some kind of combination of both, but not what the breakers want to see.
Jan Chura has got a very simple, entirely routine 9-ball to lead Niels Fine 5-2. Halfway to victory. As we see another rack on the junior final.
Yeah, and Josh is inspecting. This is all about getting on the 2 to get to a tough 3 ball that's below the 6-9. You may end up seeing him make the 1 and kind of knock the 2 around and hold behind the purple for a safety.
Good call, Jeremy, and a pretty good shot.
Yeah, he wanted to hide that 2, not only from the kick shot, but also the jump. With so many balls in the air, I mean, a lot of ways to get safe. And this This lefty has become one of the best guys with the short cue. Really fancies his chances no matter what he's trying to do.
Attention, please.
As Jeremy was saying, will be happy after that jump shot from Yap that he can actually see the ball, the two.
Yeah, and I wonder, I guess he maybe can't get to the left side. I thought he could push forward and just put him behind the purple. He's going to elect to run the cue ball. He's going to like this, probably another jump cue coming out, or another jump shot, rather.
Phil is known as a great and aggressive potter. The one part of his game that's improved exponentially is the tactical side. And I think he's really enjoying that, actually. I think he enjoys the challenge.
Yeah, he's so good now at the kick shot as well, not just the safety, and that's the jump I was talking about. Look at the position, drawing the cue ball perfectly.
The most spectacular shot of the day, maybe of the week.
Yeah, there's so many great jumpers. There's so many great jumpers out there, but not too many can draw the cue ball, and look at the position and the speed control.
In the crowd were cheering. Joshua Filler was clapping.
Yeah, looks like he's going to come up above the 6'9". Oh, he killed it between. Thought he may come more towards the center of the table there, but that way there's no real worry as far as speed control. And I think what you'll see with both these players, given the chance, it's almost like Zielinski in the last match. Started off a little nervy, a few little things, but really settled in. Looked very relaxed as the match went on. I tell you, Johan Chu is getting it done over there. It seems like every game he wins, he adds another with a break and run or some type of combination.
Yeah, running around the table, sprinting into a 6-2 lead.
All right, could come one rail across. Just make sure the ball doesn't fall too much on you on the slick table. Could easily add a little inside and go around the 8. That ball checked nicely. Very aware of what's going on with the rails.
Barring a miscue, Yap is going to lead by 2 for the first time since 2-0. And it was all about that jump shot that will remain in the memory for quite some time. What a shot it was. So in this race to 10, Aloysius Yap is halfway there. But of course, Filler this week has produced some comebacks. He's not out of this yet. That's the jump shot. Had to clear the 6. He made the distance airborne, and then the most impressive aspect, the screw back for the red 3. That was a peach.
Yeah, it sure was. And to be able to get that spin, you know, back in the day, we jumped with a full cue a lot of times. And of course, we were real limited back then as far as getting over close ones. But that's one thing that was the advantage of the full cue. You could get a lot of spin on the ball, and the draw stroke with the jump shot wasn't as uncommon as it is today. But Talk about something that can get you going, and we'll see if the break turns back around where these guys make that one ball.
Score update on the junior final. It's 6-3 now for Jack Beggs over Martin Rosa.
Yeah, Johan Chua, table number 3. He's on another break and run to try and extend that lead.
Rack number 9. Current score is 5-3 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break.
Now, early on, they were breaking brilliantly. Then it all went south. Can they find the magic again?
I feel like Yap may pick up the speed a little. Yeah, better spread there. He gets a few more kisses around that rack. And we'll see what the lineup is on this 2-8 combo, because if he will attack. And that's fine. Eyes of the players after they break. It's first on the 1 ball to make sure it disappears, and then it's directly to the cue ball. All right, he's laying him up behind the green 6, but man, this combination sits pretty nice. Be a hard one for me to pass up on, I think, unless sometimes, you know, it just doesn't feel right, even though it looks really good. He does have an easy safety on offer, putting him behind the green 6, so I think he's going to shoot, though.
And that is right in behind the green 6. Millimeter perfect.
Yeah, he's cut off the top rail, or he's cut off the side rail. Some of it anyways. May get a special one here. He may go to left side rail and bend the ball. He's elevated with a lot of left English. Watch it arc. Could make it.
A foul, no contact.
The overhead shot tells us the pink does have a pocket. It has 2 pockets, actually. So this is another good chance for Yap to pull away, to take a 3-rack advantage for the first time.
Yeah, even the 4-7 may be a possibility. This first shot is the one that's going to mean the most, getting on the red 3 properly.
Extension, please.
As he takes his extension and mulls over what he's got to do, I can tell you, Johan Chua leads Niels Fine 7-2.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what I've seen from that. You can't watch it all. But Niels really hasn't made a lot of mistakes. It's just that battle for the first shot when they've been engaged tactically. Johan has come away clean and then added a few more with the break and the run. Where does he go here? Does he come all the way for the pink in the lower right? Oh, that's a sweet stroke there. It's going to be a little short of his mark, but still shouldn't be too unhappy.
Yeah, the cue ball just cleared the brown 7.
And if you remember Yap's interview, he talked about it every time the cue ball was off, it was short. Oh, he's got just such good hands. Such good timing. Gets so much out of the cue ball.
could tell from the way you were talking, Jeremy, that you really fancy that combination at the start of this rack. He chose caution. He played the shot like a surgeon with such accuracy, and it's a decision that looks like being vindicated.
Well, he used every bit of the pocket there. He's glad that one's over with, but also knowing that he could get the most out of the safety also. It wasn't just laid behind the 6, it was up underneath it.
Aloysius Yap doubling up on Joshua Filler. It's 6-3. The live SB.io US Open takes place in Atlantic City. We're at the Harrah's Resort on the back bay, and on the back foot is Joshua Filler, 6-3 down to Aloysius Yap. Even more on the back foot, Dutchman Niels Fine, 7-2 adrift against Johan Chur. As for the junior final, New Zealand's Jack Beggs looking good, needing 2 more racks to capture the title at the expense of Martin Rosa.
Rack number 10. Our current score is 6-3 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break.
Yeah, I thought he put a little more power on the last, and I think that's a good idea. Maybe the odd ball here and there. The one's no guarantee, it seems like. Yeah, you see much better spreads than we saw from Yap at the beginning of the match, and I think that's key.
Well, that is a crap.
Yeah, because what happens is, you know, if you don't get a shot after the break, you know, that's part of it. But congested and you don't get a shot, it is very difficult to push out because the safety is so easy with all the balls congested. So not only I think you get going more with a little more power on the break, but I think certain situations will be a little easier to defend.
Nothing's easy for Niels Fine at the moment. He's 8-2 down.
Yeah, I got an unlucky roll on a bank shot. I believe it was at 5-2 or 4-2 maybe, and hasn't shot since. Now, can Yap just kind of stop the ball there, or is he going towards the 9 a little bit? I would leave him a nice natural to play off the purple to come back down for the green 6. You can see Josh heavily inspecting his opponent, seeing to see if there's any worry at all. All right, he's coming through 2 rails out. Yeah, what Yap's looking at, he really wants to avoid the 8 as he comes a couple cushions and the lower left corner, or the combination of both. I'd like to get to that 3rd rail and fall a little below the 6. One thing is, you don't want to come 2 rails hard at this and then slide off the 8 and scratch in the lower left. That's the real concern. Watch what I was talking about, the slide off the 8. That's the gamble.
Where do you keep your crystal ball, Jimmy?
Just done it too many times. And that's why, I mean, Yap recognized it, but he figured he just had to gamble a little bit. Didn't want to sacrifice the 5 by trying to roll it. You know, 9-ball pool, you got to gamble quite often.
Well, talking about gambling, I'd like even money on Johan Chur to make the semi-finals. He's 9-2 up on Niels Fine. Another break and run out.
Yeah, and I tell you, we've been keeping a close eye. We're real fortunate. We can see it all from where we're at with the technology in front of us. But if he gets a shot, he's going to feel good about it because he really hasn't done much wrong at all. Johan Chur breaking, getting shots, and taking care of business.
It is 5 racks in succession for the seemingly unstoppable Aloysius Yap. He was 3-2 down. Now he leads 7-3. And you look at the players he's beaten in his 2 major wins this year. UK Open, he overcame the defending champion Robbie Capito. He was dominant against Cordo. In the final, he beat Jonas Suto. And it was a big array of stars he overcame in Florida 2 weeks ago. Now, these are stars of the future. Jack Beggs, 7-3 on Martin Rosa.
Yeah, these kids come from a long ways, and you know, after these junior events for the last few years, they hear about how great they are. They read about it. They see all the big smiles, and they know they want to be a part of it. Why wouldn't you? Johan Chur is broken, got another shot. Not easy, but they're there. If he can bury the 2 ball, maybe we get our first semifinalist on the board.
I think it's essential for Rosa to make the most of this chance.
Rack number 11. Current score is 7-3 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break.
As long as he can keep Beggs off the hill, he's still got hope. Oh, and the 5 ball just about toppled in. But then the 9 obstructs the 6.
And watch out, cue ball. That may be the only thing to slow him down. The break has certainly improved, but the pool gods not so kind there. Now Josh has got issues. The 5, 8, 9 is jumbled up in a kind of a very so-so manner. So he's going to have to earn this one, even with ball in hand.
Start shot clock, please.
Scratching on the break can happen to literally anyone. It's an occupational hazard, but it always hurts, especially when you're on a roll.
Yeah, and
meanwhile, on table number 3, Johan Chua is just about to inflict a large slice of hurt on Niels Svein.
Yeah, we call that running into a buzzsaw. Not much you can do about it. He's gotten that 8 down and a little fist bump, so Johan Chua can reflect on a real good match when he goes to get some sleep trying to take this down tomorrow night.
A week exactly after winning the Battle of the Bull in Virginia, Johan Chua will now be bullish as he goes into the semi-finals tomorrow to take on either Fedor Gorst or Bohannon.
Yeah, I thought it may be a 5-9 combination, but I guess that wasn't really on offer. There's a bank shot here that definitely goes. Now this is the type, I don't think there's a two-way safety if he has that in mind. It's either go for it or play the stitch up. I like him going here. Does he just kill this to play for the side, or does he come back out?
I'm not going to say it was a must-win rack for Joshua Filler, but it was very close to being one.
Well, the difference, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, all these players are incredible. But when he falls a game or two behind some other players, he could maybe anticipate a little help if he can put some heat on. I don't think that's going to be the case with Yap. He's going to have to overcome it pretty much on his own.
At this level, scratching on the break is never recommended. And now it's all about the break in rack 12. Can Joshua Filler rekindle the excellence of earlier and start decimating these pool balls? So, Chua is through 10-2 over Niels Svein. As I said, he will play Fedor Gorst or Michael Bohannon. Gorst and Bohannon will be our next match centre stage. As for the winner of the match we're watching right now, Yap or Filler will take on or Estonia's Dennis Grabber. And that junior final, Jack Beggs finds himself on the hill. He leads Martin Rosa 9, or should I say 8-3 in a race to 9. The break, Jeremy, is so important, especially for someone as proficient at potting as Filler. He can rattle off the rest of the racks in this match if he gets the break going.
Yeah, he sure can. He's, of course, got to get those shots, but remember his last, it was a dry break after he broke his first few. I like him adding a hair of speed as well.
Rack number 12. Current score is 7-4 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
talk about a quick one to get back. Should be 7-5 here shortly. He'll certainly attack with this 2-9. It's the type of combo you don't really want to roll it. So if you shoot it with a little speed, I think the only miss is the overcut, to be fair. John Lehman getting in position just because he's queuing over the 4.
Attention, please. Just like his other combo earlier in the match, it just about squeezes in. 7-5. Filler might be on the comeback trail. In Atlantic City, it is, even in the quarterfinals, a clash of titans. Singapore against Germany, Aloysius Yap against Joshua Filler. Yap led 7-3, but very quickly, Filler's wide back in the reckoning. Bracket number 13, our current score is 7-5 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
It's amazing. When we miss the 1, it's usually low. It's been high for these guys on that top jaw. Talk about a tough push-out situation.
Push-out called.
Oh my goodness, where's he go with this? A strange face there from Josh Filler.
Well, most push-outs give you brain ache. This one, even more than normal.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the one's connected to the 7. You can't push out to where you can see all the 1. You're going to get hemmed up, maybe surrender ball in hand. And again, it just gets back to all those situations you can't predict, you can't practice. You just got to go with the gut, what knowledge you have. It's going to be something that's difficult, and I wouldn't doubt he gets it back, whatever it is.
Mr. Fuller, your option?
Filler comes to the table, as they used to say in snooker. Is he wasting his shoe leather? Should he have stayed in his chair?
Yeah, the only thing I see is maybe playing off the edge of the 1 and running the cue ball. Let the 1 go off the 7 down towards the 5, maybe. Try and go back upstairs. I mean, all the balls around, and anytime you have several collisions, you can try and predict as much as you can, but hard to predict at all. So I'd have to pass this if I'm Josh. Just don't really see any point.
Filler's fellow countryman Martin Rosa has just pulled 1 rack back in the junior final. He trails Jack Beggs 8-4.
Is there a backdoor, like a back cut 1-7 combination that's on offer? I think it was definitely always getting back to Mr. Yap.
Yeah, had to look into, he had to go through due process, but yeah, that was always going back.
We used to say in the pool room, you got to satisfy your stake horse, Phil. You got to at least look like you're putting up the effort.
Extension, please.
It may require a few more extensions that Yap doesn't have. He's going to have to make a decision pretty quick, because no matter what he does, it's going to be a delicate execution. Again, the only thing I see is trying to run off the 1, back up table, let the 1 go off the 7 towards the 5. Still a lot could go wrong. Yeah, great shot. All things considered, he'll take it, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Use of check side was pinpoint.
Yeah, use of check side from distance and a thin hit and a lower right corner pocket looming. Nerves are high. You could easily mishit that ball. So you keep it simple and just bank this back down and go into the 6 with the cue ball. Just leave some distance.
Attention, please.
He's elevated, so he's trying to maybe draw behind the 3-1 rail. Yeah, you better hope this settles on the rail. I think it's going to get a little bit of a bounce. And Yap's got a shot.
2 shots ago, Joshua Filler was very much the favorite. That status has gone.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I really don't know what he was trying with that shot. Was he trying to bleed the cue ball behind the 3? Easily bank the 1 up to the top rail. Does he have to go into the 4 here? Tried to get by it. I think he tried to go into the 4. Watch out for the scratch. Okay, if he can bury it, this 3-6 is playable.
He couldn't bury it, but Filler most certainly could.
he tried to go with a high ball to avoid that combination. Hard to second guess Josh Filler, really, ever. But I thought he had iced the two at least with the draw stroke and, you know, kind of evaluate on the combination on the 3-6. Lucky to leave this as tough as it is. Yap's getting down quickly, and I'm not sure where he's going with it. He was trying to bang it around for safe, but he'll take it. Like to hit 2 rails underneath this, let the cue ball slide towards the green 6. Beautiful hit. Beautiful. Gets a little applause from Josh Filler.
Yeah, not as spectacular as that jump shot from earlier, but that was equally on the nose.
Yeah, that's the kind of things I was talking about earlier when, you know, you're not going to have Yap give it to you. He's going to make the prudent play very often. Wants the cue ball to come across the 3, continue up to the top rail as the 3 comes back down. He caught it on the wrong side. He needs to pray, not give a shot.
Well, again, he's left it awkward. It's been an awkward rack all round.
Yeah, I wonder if the 7 helps him here pocket this 3 in the side. That way he can level out, come to the bottom rail and back up. Or does he have to take the 3 on in the corner?
I'll repeat, it's been an awkward rack all round.
Yeah, he caught the point. Cut the 3 to the pocket. Watch it hit the left side a little bit. And that's why the cue ball was a little thin off the 3 and caught. He's got to show us that imagination kicking at the ball again. It's been superb so far.
Split screen. This could be the winning shot in the junior final. Jack Beggs has got the 9 to win 9-4. The man from down under comes out on top. Jack Beggs defeated his brother in the semi-final, and now Martin Arosa in the final. He's $2,500 US dollars.
Yeah, he made a long trip. Got it done though, and Josh Filler was kind of curious, how could I cut the 4 in and not catch the purple 5 or the 9 with the cue ball? Was planning on one of them to help him out. I tell you, he's gonna bang this away and try and drop on the end rail. He's got to have real good control of the object ball here. Don't figure to get the snooker. A little light. Yap's gonna have a shot.
This match has seen Joshua Filler make more misjudgments than the norm in all departments.
Yeah, we talked and praised about his tactical side, of course, him wanting to improve that, but it's been that, really, for the most part, that's let him down here at times. I think the biggest shot of the match here so far.
Occasionally you get racks like crop up. It's Freaky Friday.
Okay, he's just going to coast up the left side, try to use the 9. That's a little light again, I think. We got there.
They've started on table 3. Copigny has taken the first rack from Dennis Grabber. This one, anyone's guess.
Yeah, he's gonna jump this, trying to hit his left side, bring the cue ball back down on the bottom cushion. Maybe the 5 goes into the 8. May fluke something in, but it's all about leaving distance. He's tried to bank it. Interesting.
Surely now, after multiple innings for both, surely now Filler's going to get in and pull back. Quickly, it's 2-0 for Copigny over Dennis Grabber.
Man, I feel like Josh is pressing a little bit. Have you ever seen him down on a ball that long, like he was on the 5 there? Really trying to make sure, no mistake here, to try and tighten this score, see if he can get the break worked out.
He's not in the mythical zone, but he's so good he can win matches when he isn't in the zone.
Yeah, he's close to this. I thought he'd just pinch it and take the cut shot on the 9. Could try to move it back and forth. Just took the short side. Pretty smart.
After losing 5 racks in succession, Joshua Filler has now won 3 on the trot. He trails by only 1 at 7-6. The finals now well advanced. We know that Johan Chur is through to the semi-finals. Copigny has made a good start. Still to begin, Fedor Gorst and Michael Bohannon. But as I say, the star of the night so far, Chur, dominant against Niels Feyen. And afterwards, we caught a word.
Oh, Johan Chua, I am here with you. You just defeated Niels Feyen 10 games to 2. Welcome to the Final 4. How'd you play?
Well, I played really well. I broke a lot of, like maybe 5 racks on him, and I'm very fortunate. I got a lot of lucky rolls, like five racks as well. So I'm really happy that I passed through it.
Yeah, you guys are really good at taking after your countryman, Efren Reyes, when you say you got lucky. I don't know how lucky you continue to get, but you continue to get better and stronger as time goes on. I don't want to predict this, but are you looking to win the next match or the entire event next?
Well, of course, my first semi, 1 game at a time, so 1 match at a time first. So I'm just gonna take care of my semifinals tomorrow, and let's see how it goes.
Excellent, Johan. Welcome to the Final 4.
The unmistakable voice of Scott Frost, who will be commentating with Carl Boys on our other quarter-final centre stage this evening, Fedor Gorst and Michael Bohannon. But there's unfinished business here.
Rack number 14. Current score is 7-6 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
Potentially 6 racks left in this match, and who's to say it won't go to the wire?
All right, he's got a shot. He's got the 1 down. Definitely a missable 2. Get into it a little bit to get on the 3. But we're definitely odds on favorite to have a tied match here shortly. And it's the type of match that, you know, if the purple 5 wasn't there, this really becomes a cupcake, this 2-ball. But now he's got to get into it a little bit. It's easy to pull it off the rail. Got to elevate a hair. Can't afford to go forward. You know, when Josh is rolling, right, and when, like you were talking about that mythical zone that he gets in way too often, it seems like. We just look at these like no problem, but at the moment I just don't get that feeling. Really snatchy with the stroke there. Very, very unlike Josh.
Yeah, normally he's the epitome of, or the of smooth on that kind of shot, but you're right, it wasn't a good delivery of the cue at all.
Both players have shown that a couple times that they weren't happy. Make or no make. Gotta kind of slow roll this bank. The lefty knowing he could reach this from this long rail. Looks like he's falling where he's got to cheat it a bit, though.
Definitely swung back towards Yap.
Yeah, well, this race to 10, I mean, well, it seems like both of them have gotten better at the break. Yap certainly has. Let a few get away, but this one's certainly in hand and could get to the hill before the ad break.
There is a smattering of applause from table 3. I'll tell you why in a second. It's because Ko Pin-Yi, after that 10-2 victory over Jason Shaw this afternoon, now leads Dennis Grabber 3-0.
All right, big shot. Didn't get the cue ball exactly where he wanted, but the 7's pretty handy and the 8, 9 are fairly open. Oh, that was dead center. That'll make him feel good. And perfect speed on the cue ball, which is usually the case.
He just loves competing in the USA. He's won in New York, in Michigan, in Virginia. And towards the end of the year, he's going to try and win the International Open title for the 3rd successive staging. But the title he wants most is the live SB.io US Open. And he's taken another significant step, at least towards the semi-finals. 2 racks away from victory is Aloysius Yap at 8-6. Yeah, I was working it out earlier. He's trying to win his 7th World 9-Ball Tour title.
Yeah, pretty incredible in that international that Phil brought up. That tournament's no joke. Apart from our open events, probably the biggest event on the calendar.
And he's coming off a terrific performance in Florida. He was 9-7 down to Mickey Krause in the semi-finals, gutted that one out to win 11-9, and then he defeated Shane Van Boening 13-10 in the title match. Results like that against opponents of that ilk give you enormous confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what these great players do, and I think it's pretty much any sport, and it's of course individual sports more so, you get very involved in yourself, finding and kind of forgetting about your opponent as much as you can. You know, you can't unsee Josh Filler and what he's done, but the more you put in that time and get those wins, you start to forget about everybody else a bit.
We've just seen the junior championship here. Of course, Aloysius Yap, former world junior champion.
Rack number 15, current score is 8-6 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break.
When he won that world junior title, it was in 2014. In the subsequent decade, he's emerged as one of the very best.
Yeah, the 1's down, not quite the energy into the rack as we've seen. And now a big decision on the 2 ball. Don't think it passes the 7, or at least not comfortably. Bottom in, back cut to the corner he's near. That's kind of what he's sizing up at the moment, is that back cut. He's not going to overlook some easy safeties, though, especially if they're on the menu. I think they are. Probably burns his extension here. This shot as big as any.
Attention, please.
These players are close. They feel like accuracy, of course, is at a premium. And okay, you can tell he's not going thin here, so maybe rolling behind the ball, maybe the purple. I don't think that's what he wanted. So he's definitely left an opening. The only reason I feel like he could have missed his mark there is trying to control the 2 ball a bit. That may have misled the cue ball.
Lots of mutual respect in this match. High stakes, and I think that's led to a few blunders from both. Players always say they try to play the table. They want to play the table. But human nature dictates that you play the opponent as well, and you play the situation.
Yeah, and sometimes the situation plays you, Phil. And that's what happens in these majors. Saw it last year, the World Championships. Really a lot of tight arms with that big money on offer, and of course the title, everything that comes with it. It's all that a little bit less this year, but I've witnessed it here for this U.S. Open, that's for sure. Just didn't figure at a soft speed, the way this table's been playing, that ball would hang. And what happens is you don't get enough energy to let it slide a little bit. There's that fine speed that kind of in between that opens the pocket.
Well, a couple of times on combinations on the 9. The 9 has only just about found its way to gravity. The 7 refused to drop.
Yeah, and maybe those falling may have led him or misled him into thinking, hey, this is easy. Gain something on the green 6, something proper. But yeah, if there's a hair more speed there, that ball falls.
What a gift for Yap.
Yeah, not his best positional play there. Good thing for him, the 8 goes up by the 9, so he's got some options, but I thought he'd be at least a foot closer to the 6, and he's definitely off angle. I'm drawing this ball. He's taking the cut. I'm surprised he didn't look at going forward, because the 8 definitely passed the 9 to the lower left. Oh, there's always drama, huh, Phil? Never ends.
Joshua Filler is a great player, and I use that word advisedly, a true all-time great. But he's not been great tonight. And that's why he is susceptible now to defeat, especially if this 9 goes down the lengthy rail and drops in. It does. Aloysius Yap, 9-6, 3 up, possible 4 to play. Welcome back to Harrah's Resort and Casino in Atlantic City, where it looks very likely at the moment we are going to have at least one Asian finalist in this live SB.io US Open. And the reason for that, Aloysius Schap on the hill against Joshua Filler at 9-6, breaking.
Our current score is 9-6 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap to break on the hill.
And also on table 3, I can tell you, despite scratching in the 4th rack, Ko Pin Yi won it anyway to lead Dennis Grabber 4-0.
You know, it's funny, earlier on the break in between sessions, I'm walking down the hallway. Oh, he's missed the one and lost the cue ball. Real thin there, it looked like. Last thing you want to do on your last break is lose the rock. Gonna have an interesting position on the 2 to get to the 4, though. Yeah, way thin. Was no kiss there. That one was on Aloysius. But what I was getting at on the break between sessions, walking down the hall, and I see Dennis Grabe. Bags packed. He's rolling on with the luggage and everything else. Last I looked, he was up 9-3. I said, no way you lost that match. He said, no, I got to recheck in since I won that match. It was due to fly out tonight, I think.
Well, Ko Pin Yi's in for 5-0. Maybe mentally, Grabber is going to check out anyway.
Yeah, I like this choice by Josh. Just get to the center and cut the 2, and then use the purple to slow the cue ball down. Plays real natural. Maybe would have wanted to get a hair closer to the 2, but shouldn't be a major problem. If you watch Ko Pin Yi, as he's hitting center cut on the pocket, very confident in what he's doing at the moment.
For all his mistakes in this match, and there have been more than is customary, do not write off Joshua Filler. Do so at your peril.
Doesn't want to be straight. Really good at kind of forcing the cue ball out. Best stunner of the ball I've ever watched, him and Fedor Gorst. Probably comes back short side, similar to the 8 and 9 earlier.
Looks like the fun is set to continue. He does not surrender easily. As Jeremy mentioned, he was 7-5 down to Chang Yulong when that one 9-7, winning 4 on the trot. Needs 4 on the trot in this one. Now it's 3 in a row required. On the other table, it is entirely one-way traffic. Ko Pin Yi 5-0 up on Dennis Grabber. And every time you look over at this table, Ko Pin Yi is at the table.
Yeah, you read my mind. I haven't seen Dennis really strike the cue ball once. This is a push-out situation. Ko Pin Yi, one of the best in the push-out, I think.
Bear in mind, Grabber beat the World 9-ball champion Carlo Biardo 10-3 in the last 64. Then he overcame John Morra 10-1. And then beat Wu Kunlin 10-6 this afternoon. He's been in great form.
the gas. It's just a matter of getting into the driver's seat for him. It's been all Copigny here in this match so far. I like to see the balls pocketed. Stat, that one always interests me. There's the jump cue. Probably going at that purple 5.
Rack number 17, our current score is 9-7 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
We'll get back to that. I'm sure, though, you want to see how this break works out. Filler does.
He's going to get a good look. He's a little thin on the 2, but not bad. He's in a great position. By the way, Copigny did knock in that jump shot on the 2-5. Rolling over there on table number 3.
This looks like a one-shot rack to me.
Yeah, I don't even think he has to dig. If he wanted to spin this, he could just roll it with right English, but to each his own, really. Yeah, then balls out in the middle of the table, that being the 7, 8, 9. Those can get a little tricky at times later in the rack, but setting up to that looks very routine.
Well, we did see that cue ball deviate. He's lucky, actually. He would have been grossly unlucky had he scratched. Now look at this.
Yeah, right there starts to turn in just a hair. It wasn't bad though overall, and to be honest, I was kind of peculiar why he came back across and got on that side rail to play the pink, but he had other options. Just command the speed here.
Jumped up off the shot, giving Aloysius Schap what proved to be false hope.
I noticed that as well. Just going to kill this.
Doesn't look any hope for Dennis Grabber. He's 6-0 down. This had the look of a potential classic, and it's turning out that way. Maybe not in terms of quality, but certainly in terms of pure theatre in front of a full house. So, Jeremy, it's quite possible, considering the way Copigny is going, it's quite possible that we can have 2 quarters over on the other table completed before the second quarterfinal on this table begins.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often, but 2 guys that are in dead stroke, and I actually got the opportunities with the others not getting many opportunities. Just like Niels Fan, really. Haven't seen Dennis do much wrong.
Let's see how this break works out. It's been hunky-dory so far. Jeremy, we'd stop a train.
You're exactly right. The locomotive gets stopped with the mics we hold, the words we say. And Dennis dead snookered here. Now he's got to push out always a difficult situation, even more so when down 6-0 and you're playing a guy that looks like isn't going to miss a ball or miss a beat.
Rank number 8. Current score is 9-8 in favor of Mr. Yap. Mr. Filler to break.
The many fans of Joshua Filler, indeed the neutrals, will all want this to go hill-hill.
All right, the 2's going to be there. 2 is there. The 3 may be a hair odd if it doesn't. You can't ask for much more if you're Josh Filler.
Yeah, as I said before, 7-5 down to Chan Yulong. He looked susceptible, looked vulnerable to defeat, but he won 10-7. This, though, would top that in terms of brinkmanship.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. The 3 didn't pass the 8. This combination's a hair odd. And he's got to kind of ease it, I think, unless he's going to put a lot of speed, which you wouldn't think. The 3 may drift towards the purple 5.
Combos to the side pockets are to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Because of that.
Yeah, and that 3 did lean towards the purple 5, so Josh will get back to the table. Be a safety coming, but you know he's probably not going to like the situation. Nice look, gave him the side rail. Surprising here, giving him the same path that the 3 has taken. Now, does he try to kick this in? If he does, watch out for the scratch in the upper right. Put some speed on this, I think. Yeah, like that. Maybe try and get fortunate. There's a pocket there. 5 and 6 have gotten in a nasty position on the left side, but there is a starter. Probably going to roll this in, come between the 9 and 4 with the cue ball. Ooh, kind of squeezed home. Now this offers for a funny position shot. That's why I thought he may roll that in and come out a little bit.
Did the hokey cokey on that one. Look at the movement. Everything was moving bridge hand, but it just about flopped in.
Now, can you use the 8 as a bumper here? Can he get 2 cushions and go right into the 8 off the second cushion and hold for the purple? It looks pretty natural to me. I'm not saying you're going to go into it with a lot of speed, but why not use it if it's there? He's overhit this a little bit, so now he's going to have to work the rock. The problem is, where do you work it to? 7's kind of a little in the way, stunning back and forth. Could go a high ball, but then you'll be long distance on the 6. Can't really come back behind the 6 with the 9 there. Yeah, and was he just cinching that, I guess, to take the bank?
From the overhead view, it looked as though it might that. Used all of the pocket.
Yeah, just kind of curious. I mean, I feel like he's going to go for this bank shot to try and win this match. I really think he should, but. He's hit it. He's hit it. Still not out of the woods. I think he can't avoid the scratch, but sometimes when the cue ball's on your mind, you can overlook the object, and certainly can't afford that.
He's a winning machine, is Aloysius Japp. 2025 has been a simply golden, nay, a platinum year for him. 2 more balls for another notable victory.
Yeah, it's been scrappy, but scrappy's okay to get to the Final Four of the U.S. Open. Get a good night's rest and try and bring your A game tomorrow.
It's yet another Singapore success for Aloysius Japp, winner this year of the UK Open, the Florida Open, and who knows, maybe the US Open. What we do know is that Joshua Filler will not be capturing this title for a second time. 10-8 the final. What a match.
Yeah, the action continues to come thick and fast here at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City. Before the break, we saw Aloysius Japp down Josh Filler to make it through to yet another Open semi-final. Japp, of course, also beat Killer Filler en route to the final of this event in 2021. But we're going to turn our attention now to the SVB Junior Open, won by Jack Beggs, a player with composure beyond his years, a real rising star of the game. And there he is, receiving the trophy from Shane, a man who has won the US Open on 5 occasions. We're joined by Jack now, and of course Emily Fraser. Jack, we have to start. That winning 9-ball, when you potted it, what were the emotions that were going through your mind?
Yeah, I was pretty happy, but I mean, yeah, didn't really show much, but yeah, I was happy.
Yeah, and one thing that I've read about you, and I've seen it in action here at this Open, you always have composure in pressurized situations. Do you feel calm out there?
Yeah, I felt pretty calm out there, but my first match I wasn't really calm, but I mean, yeah, kind of got better throughout the tournament.
And what are the main things that you've learned from playing in events like this? Because look at the crowds you've got watching you.
I mean, it's just, you got to stay calm, and it just, results will come if you stay calm, so yeah.
And how much inspiration do you take from what other youngsters have gone on to do? Because Emily sees it as well. So many players who've played in these junior events go on to take part in things like the US Open, so you must take great inspiration from that.
Yeah, they're very inspirational, obviously, but it's like, just focus on the moment and work our way up from there.
Yeah, Emily, you must see players like this and be so excited about the future of 9-ball, because it is in very safe hands.
Yeah, like Jack's being very quiet here, but he actually beat his brother Sean in the semi-finals. Both of them have come over, and Jack is only 15 years of age, which is just incredible to play in a final like that in front of a crowd in that kind of arena. But he also played his brother. He beat his brother in the semis. I did say, did you have a little side bet on the side? You know, like whoever wins has to do, like, doesn't get to do the dishes for like a week. Did you have anything like that with your brother?
No, it was just bragging rights, yeah.
Just bragging rights at home, right?
Has he spoken to you since that defeat?
Yeah, surprising. Yeah.
But when you look at the facilities that these players have, you must be incredibly proud as well of what you're able to put on for these youngsters and for the next generation.
Of course, and it's all about building more junior events at these Opens, and to give players like Jack the opportunity to say, look, this is how good I am. I can join the main tour when I'm 16. And to have someone like Shane Van Boening watching your entire match, and he was sitting there, he's tapping the table, he's going, great shot and things like that. So I just think it's brilliant for obviously these players and these juniors. And congratulations, Jack. Honestly, you had a great run here at this junior event, and I can't wait to see you on tour with us.
Yeah, just finally a word on that, because you've got Shane Van Boening, a man who's won the US Open 5 times, watching your match. You've also got other stars of the game playing on the tables next to you. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's like good, obviously. It's like to have good players watching you, and yeah.
Well, remember this name. His brother certainly will. I know that after the semi-final, of course. But let's have a look at the order of play for this Open, and confirmation that Joshua Filler, the European Open champion earlier this year, has gone down 10-8 to the winner of the last 2 Open events, Aloysius Yap. A 10-8 victory for Yap in that one. Coming up next, we do have the reigning and defending champion in Fedor Gorst, Johan Chua, also through to the final day of action. A 10-2 victory for him over Niels Feyen. But Carl, we are going to start by talking about the have just seen Aloysius Yap. He just continues to go from strength to strength, doesn't he? Even in those matches where they get a little bit scrappy, he's finding a way to win.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're on this type of role. You know, if you look at Fedor Gorst, he kind of dodged the match what he probably could have lost. I'm not saying Aloysius could have lost that one, but, you know, Filler at the end just missed that combo. Tricky combo, to be fair, and obviously Aloysius got the job done, and a real funny rack at the end to win the way he got out.
Yeah, Filler missing that combo in rack 15. That felt like a huge turning point in the contest, but also he really struggled with the conditions, didn't he, at times? You could see the ball rolling off, and he didn't really get to grips with that.
Yeah, well, me and Scott was in the back room watching it on the TV, and when it showed the replay, the ball didn't actually look like it rolled off. So I think, Josh, sometimes, you know, these pros were looking for that excuse on page 1.
You never would have.
No, but it looked pretty straight to us anyway. But listen, just a tough match. Listen, when you get to this stage of a tournament and these guys are meeting each other, it's just so tough to win. And, you know, we've seen it a few times now, 2 brilliant matches. But listen, at the end of the day, this is a great advert for 9-ball pool. This is what can happen. So exciting.
Yeah, and talking about the table, the way it's playing and the conditions that we have, someone who struggled with that a little earlier on today as well was Fedor Gorst at times. You could see him berating himself in his seat. He was 4-0 down. He was 9-6 down. Again, another player. Winners just find a way.
bottle. That's what Fedor has got. He's got bottle in them big situations when it looks like he's going to get beat or he might get beat. He finds a way. But listen, you know, everyone's talking about Zielinski. He could have won. He didn't get out. You know, I'm walking through like the vendors section and speaking to all the fans. Oh, how did he win that match? Or how did he lose it? And you're thinking, well, what they don't realise is when you're out here and you're walking around the table, you've still got to pop the balls, and nobody's doing it better than Fedor Gorst under the gun.
You mentioned Bottle. His opponent here this evening, Michael Bohan, and you can see him practicing behind us right now, come through 2 Hill matches in order to book his spot here. We've learned a lot about him and his resolve this week.
Yeah, I mean, another guy who, you know, comes from the Philippines. Beautiful place to go. Obviously, we've been there, Abby, haven't we? And, you know, the pool players, the strongest country in the world for depth. When you talk about, you know, pool players that we don't know, they just play unbelievable. And he's another Filipino, beautiful smile, always smiling, and why wouldn't you be in there? He's having a great week, but he's got a tough match, obviously.
Yeah, we've also got another match currently underway. Ko Pin-Yi, a very dominant display so far. Unsurprising, really, given what we saw from him this afternoon.
Yeah, listen, you know, his brother's won this tournament. Ko Pin-Yi has won the World Championships. He's not lifted this one. It's just so tough to pick a winner. You know, we keep getting asked, who do you think is going to win it? People are asking me behind the sitting on the fence. I have no clue. This is the match going on right now. Graves at the table, but he's 7-1 down.
Yeah, and when you are 7-1 down to someone like Ko Pin-Yi, we saw it with Jason Shaw earlier on today, didn't we, in the last 16. It's so difficult to find a way back into the contest because Ko Pin-Yi, he just doesn't make those errors to allow you back in.
Yeah, and you're the one under pressure then, so even like these 6 balls here that he's got to knock in, you know, these are the ones where, you know, if you're 7-1 up, you just don't miss, you get out, you're 8-1. But now everything's going to seem a lot harder for Graves. But listen, you know, he's had a great week and he's had some big wins. He knocked out the world champ.
Yeah, and coming back to the match that we're about to watch, when it comes to Fedor Gorst, he said after his last match that he was going to be re-watching what happened in the last 16. He was going to have a look at what went wrong, what went right. Do you think that's the right thing, or do you think it's better to just block it out of your mind?
Yeah, just block it out. I'm just stood right here, and we kind of feel like we're in the way of his practice rack here, but this is great, this. I'd like to commentate from here, Abby, to be fair.
Crack on.
Crack on. He's got a tough 7-ball at the rail. He nails it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have got Fedor Gorst back in action next. I just want another word, Carl, on that match, and just how impressive it would be if he was able to go back-to-back. Of course, last year he completed the Gorst Slam. If he was able to go back-to-back, how impressive would that be?
I mean, listen, this is starting to get a bit silly, isn't it? He's gone back-to-back in the World Championships. He's gone back-to-back in US Opens. He's trying to get to a 3rd final. That would be 5 finals in the 2 biggest tournaments we have in the sport. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and just making the quarter-final of this event in 4 of the last 5 years as well. It is such an incredibly difficult tournament to win, so to be able to go on and do that, that just shows how good a player he is.
Yeah, he's just, you know, said it before, you know, he's got bottle. The other thing he does, Fedor Gorst, very well is he seems to play the right shot at the right time, which is not easy. You know, I've been out there over the years and you can be forgiven for taking on a bit of a flyer, bit of a difficult shot, thinking, well, if I nail it, you know, I'm going to win, the crowd's on my side. He's got the ability to just rein it in a little bit. He'll play the right safety shot at the right time where others might fly at a bank or something a little bit crazy.
Yeah, and do you feel when he shows that frustration in moments like he did this afternoon, it kind of benefits him? Some players, you feel they'd get a little bit more bogged down, but he almost needs that. He needs to release it.
Well, his practice rack, he's just made a golden break. That's why all the crowd's cheering. But the match has not started just yet, but that's not the worst start in your practice rack. But listen, he'll just knock the balls around. He had a little smile. He's actually a real cool character, is Fedor. You know, behind the scenes, we have a bit of a laugh and a joke with him. Nice guy. But listen, it's all business. Once he's knocked these balls in, it's another big match that he's got to play on the main table.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't ask the referee if that could count, and that could be the first rack of the match. But I think as Fedor continues to go through his final preparations, we can now head over to Scott Frost in commentary. Carl Boyes is going to rush over to join him for this final match on the TV table to see whether the world #1 and the reigning champion can book his spot in the semi-final and the final day of action here at the 2025 US Open.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. As we watch Fedor Gorst practice, just had the golden break. Yeah, he might have liked to have saved that one for the match. Two Hill matches from Michael Bohannon. ended up beating Atencio 10-9. And then also ended up, yeah, I think it was Atencio, and who was the last guy he played, Carl? It was 10-9. We'll get that for you. But he won the last 2 matches, 10 games to 9, which is Hill, obviously. And that's kind of living on the edge. You got to wonder what that'll do to you over time.
Duong Quoc Quang it was, wasn't it?
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, Bonanan was 5-0 up against Duong. Seems like it was about a week ago, but it was earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, and you just kind of wonder physically. I mean, it's pretty draining, we know, when you win those Hill matches, but not just 1, now 2. Anything can happen, but obviously Gorst favored in this match. But it's a race to 10, and this guy's up for it.
This might sound a little silly, but I've not really seen Michael play much pool.
Yeah, when I did the interview, I asked him where he came from. I said, I don't know where you come from.
Yeah, I watched, the last rack against Duong. I was in the arena last night against the Atencio. I was stood rather really close to the table. It was a phenomenal atmosphere. You actually texted me, Scott, saying, where are you, Carl? I said,
thank you. The first
watching the final rack. All the Filipinos were there. It was a beautiful ending to the match, and he knocked a really good finish, and he's got a lot of bottle. So I'm really looking forward to this one. Let's see what his break is like. He breaks a little bit more to the center, so that tells me he's gonna break a little bit like what Jason Shaw does. Well, that's going to need to have to improve.
Federer just said that was hard enough with a question mark.
Well, this is for me to discuss with him. All right.
Involved early on, not even chalked his cue yet.
Yeah, that'll go on the socials.
Yeah, we have a bit of an unwritten rule in the sport where it's like a bit of a gentleman's agreement where the players have to use a forceful break. Always causes a little bit of controversy. I think Fedor was well within his rights to ask, though. I mean, Ben Taylor Fuente was having none of it.
I don't know, it was just a weird break, actually. I didn't feel like he hit him too soft, but the 1 caught the point. Could it have gotten past the head string? I don't know. 3 didn't make it. Just kind of an odd break. And Fedor Gorst, obviously. I don't know. I think he and SVB are the best in the world at the rollout.
Yeah, that was not a good rollout, though, was it? When you just left that type of shot, all he did was stun the cue ball a couple of rails.
Extension call.
In fairness, I think Fedor was trying to tie the 2 ball up as well. I think he just misjudged.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to have it a little thinner on the 1 also. Wow, look at how close this is. He's got a double jump. It's going to be close to landing on the 1. I'm sure it will hop prior to it.
He's rolling good. He's rolling very good.
Extension called.
Is he looking at the 2 rail line here? I think you've just got to go 1 rail. Of course. Yeah, he's elevating, so he's going to have to spin this a little, or is he just pounding it? Watch out, upper right.
Did the point help him? Has it saved him? Don't know if Fedor can get through to this without a little bit of spin. He doesn't seem too concerned, does he? Not easy though. I think if he pots it, can he come underneath the pink 4 through the gap?
Yeah, he's going to have to put some speed on it. Doesn't want any variations coming off, so he wants to put pace. Okay, table holding up a little bit. Caught that just a tick thin. Yeah, and that's all due to the speed at which he hit it. Get over for the blue too, which he wasn't even on, I don't think. Well, this isn't easy no matter what. At 7, a huge ball if you do make this.
It's a good shot and seemed to hit it without any time left. It was right on the buzzer.
Here's another look. Just caught the rail first, and I think that's what's landing on the 2. This is just as difficult. This is the last one. Yes. How used to the buzzer is he, Carl? Probably not very, if any.
Yeah, first match out here for Michael. And after seeing the opening few shots of this rack, I kind of get the feeling the start is very important for the Filipino. Got away with one though.
He's left a thin look here.
It's actually a really good effort from what he was attempting. Tried to get behind the green 6 and use the pink 4 for the hook.
Yeah, can you avoid the 8? Or do you want to go into it? Yeah, you can get in between them. That's even better. Still a lot of work to do. 7 ball. Can you split the gap between the 8 and 5? Back and forth. Tell you what, there's a real good strike right there. I think obviously the longer this goes, if he stays in control, the more comfortable he will get. He was extremely nervous his last match versus Duong Quoc Quang. Yeah, you're better to stay above the 6 here. Obviously going to go 1 rail back down. Just don't want to fall below it. Now he's all right to come all the way down here. No problem. Elevating a little bit. The upper right a problem.
He's fluked it. He's all over the show in rack 1, but boy, the pool gods have looked after. Look at this one. How do you find that? You could stay there for the next 2 years and not pull that shot off.
Yeah, he's overcut it as well. We just touched, he's not played on this table, so maybe the cloth a little slicker than the outside tables due to the overcut there that we just saw.
Thing is, Scott, you know, you've been in these matches and, you know, let's say Gorst does go on to lose this opening round, which looks likely. He'll be kind of happy sat in his chair, having seen a few wild swipes from his opponent.
Yeah, and I can guarantee you Gorst, one of the greats at feeling the tension as well from his opponent, so there's definitely no mistaking. Michael is a little bit nervous. He's not been in this situation, from what I know of, ever. Doesn't mean he can't do it, Carl. We know he can. We know, as you say, how fickle this game is.
Watch his back arm here on delivery. Yeah, he's got this crazy backswing. And it was a crazy first rack. But the Filipino takes it. It's 1-0.
That's okay.
What a beautiful arena we have here in Atlantic City. You can see the setting. We have the main table. Then we have the 3 tables at the back. Well, his World 9-Ball Tour ranking will be moving up. He won't stay on 77 for long. Got to the last 16 12 months ago.
You're a really funny guy. Had a good talk with him after the match. Doesn't speak great English, but actually a huge sense of humor. Everything he said was comical.
Had a beautiful smile as well. The world #1 is Fedor Gorst. The winner 12 months ago was the runner-up
Michael Bowen to break.
2 years ago. Let's pay attention to the pace of the break. The referee, Ben, will be. Also, Fedor Gorst will be.
It wasn't exactly hard, was it, that hit?
No, but let's just have a look at the balls. 2 ball was going to go up table, but it got stopped. Sometimes the balls can look a little like sort of clunky and they all just end up here, but then when you see the replay, a couple of them kind of get kicked and stopped from going up the table.
But it also looks like he is trying to put a lot into it, so yeah, a little bit misleading. This does play to the lower right. I don't know if you can stay below the 8 here. Wouldn't be a problem going into the pink 4. Yeah, and that's ideal. This is laid up and opened everything up. This angle looks quite a bit steeper. No problem. Just kind of get the feeling like he's going to need, or I think we have the feeling he's going to need a 3 or 4 game lead to really start this out for some reason. But maybe he gets comfortable as he goes forward. Real comfortable. Never know. You can stay below the 8 here, shooting the 7. Probably smart not to flirt with the 9.
Extension call.
Yeah, see that pump you're talking about in the backhand?
Yeah, as this match unfolds, we'll get a good look at the delivery of the cue as he pulls it back before impact. He'll probably play the 8 ball up the long rail. He's overhit this somewhat. Okay. He'll still play it up in the corner. It's going into a generous pocket from this angle.
Just feels like anytime the buzzer's at play, he's a little off.
Right on the money again, right on the last beat. Break and run in the second rack for Michael Bohannon. A fluke in rack 1. Well, that won't matter.
I'm saying it.
It's 2.
I know, I'm calling it. It's all right. Fedor, please let me
Fedor just calling for Marcel, but here we have it. Johan Chua into the semifinals. Aloysius Yap as well. What a match between Yap and Filler. You didn't predict it, did you, Carl?
No, I didn't, but listen, I'm not shocked because Yap has won back-to-back open events. I think it's about time we hear from him.
All right, Aloysius, a great win over another great player in Josh Filler. The match started out exactly how you wanted, I think, at 2-0, nice breaks, nice clearances, and then it got a little scrappy. Tell us what you were thinking.
Yeah, even though I was leading 2-0, I was still like a nervous wreck, really, because yeah, Joshua's a great player, and I just, I just felt so much pressure.
Yeah, well, pressure's expected, and you performed pretty well under it. Now, the table, bit different. You played your first day 1 on that table, but it's been since then. How much different did it feel compared to the outer tables?
It definitely plays a lot different from the outer tables. The outer table started playing a little bit more sticky, but on the TV table, it was sliding quite a bit. But at times, at certain angles, it doesn't slide as much. So it's basically like a new foreign table to me, so I just have to try to adapt as much as I can.
Yeah, watching you play so often and so much, I love watching you play. It seemed like not totally out of sorts, but maybe wondering at times.
Yeah, I was basically trying to figure out like what's going on, and like I can't really control my cue ball much, and then my hand was feeling so tight also. So yeah, it was a combination of a lot of things, but I got really lucky also.
Yeah, well, a little luck goes a long ways, and also winning those type of matches can go a long ways. We love the drama. What do you think about for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the night off, and yeah, it's gonna be a new day tomorrow. So I just have to stay focused and try to keep my head in it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Good luck tomorrow, and well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and so as we just went to that little interview there, Fedorgorst asked or requested Marcel. He's a little concerned about the break speed for Bohannon.
Yeah, this break seemed to be hit with a bit more authority, but There was just a bit of kind of nerves, you know, being in this arena, playing golf. That actually looked like a miss hit on the replay. Hit it a bit too thin, and it seemed to, ball seemed to spread a little better. It's just weird at times, but I'm sure Michael, you know, he's not soft breaking on purpose. I think it's just a little nerves.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I think a little misleading, both of those hits, really, in a lot of ways, because it looked like he was really delivering the cue with quite a bit of power. We'll keep a close eye on it going forward, obviously.
Scott, obviously we've just heard Aloysius talk about the table. Obviously Jeremy Jones asked him how much different is it playing. Trying to explain to the viewer who doesn't play pool at all, and he's wondering, well, how can this table be different from the other tables in the room?
Well, people talk about the lighting, or the players talk about the lighting, and oftentimes, first off, this is a different table than the Pro-Ams, okay? So this is a different table. And I think it's really just a lot of the lighting, right? And so you've got bigger space, the people are separated or quite a ways away from the table. When you've got lighting over it like that, it's going to dry the table out quite a bit and tend to slide quite a bit more. He is the comeback kid. 2 years ago, Saudi Arabia, trailing, I think, 5 of his matches, coming back to win, so he is not panicking.
Talking of comebacks, Dennis Graby's on a little bit of a comeback. He now trails 7-5 over on table 3, so he's well back in the game. Yeah, what's Fedor got here? What's he being left with?
I was really surprised he went into those. I believe the 7 played to the right side. As a matter of fact, when I saw him elevating, I was going to say, is he going into these balls? Just kind of surprising there, because you always knew a little mishit, you could end up behind him. And he is so good at maneuvering the cue ball in tight areas, so really just a big surprise for me right there. Yeah, I believe he's just using the second rail here, or the bottom rail. If he goes behind it, yeah. Tried to clip the top side of it, I believe. He'll take that. He might not like the next opportunity.
It's getting loud in here. Crowder willing Fedor on. Yeah, the 9 ball, the 8 ball, the 7 ball, this is all big target for the hook. Could take the bank on, but it's awkward with a cue ball. Ghost kicking again. He'll bring the jump cue, he'll have a look. It's an option.
Yeah, where is he going from here? Is he just trying to thin the left side of the 4? Or am I misled? Can he see more of it than I think? I don't think you can kick behind it. Well, he did kick behind it. Not going to pay off, though.
Early try for the comeback kid. Yeah, if you missed the afternoon session, Fedor Ghost against Victor Zielinski was one of the matches of the season. Zielinski Well, he'll be somewhere on the east coast of America. Sick, absolutely sick, because he blew it. He had an opportunity. Just as Michael's had an opportunity here to go 3-0 up, and I think he's hooked himself freeze.
Yeah, that one definitely didn't lengthen out. He was flirting with the 6 all along.
Yeah, so Zielinski was 9-6 up over Gorst. Gorst wins the last 4 racks.
Yeah, at that 9-6 point, Zielinski played long position on the 5. Got really funny on the 4. That's where it all went wrong.
What's he going to leave? Listen, Fedor Gorst will be happy to be back at table. He doesn't care what shot he's got. He's just happy to be stood there, chalking his cue.
Yeah, is he going at the 9 here? I think he might be going at the 9 and just sending the 5 around 2 rails up.
Needs to go, this. It needs to go. Yeah, fuming. He's left this, you know. He can pop this ball.
There's something about Federer, and he doesn't do this all the time, but it's oftentimes where he'll dig himself into a little bit of a hole. It's like then is when he wakes up. Not known to be a quick starter or a good starter, of course. Known to be the best finisher, though.
I can only think he's counting from 5 in his head. How on earth is he striking the cue ball this late every time?
Yeah, just paying attention to the way the cue ball bit there, that's a good sign. It actually grabbed quite well. Now stretched. Really stretched with the extension.
Well, he'll start believing now. It's understandable, you know, he's not played in this arena, has he? You know, this big setting, packed house. Playing the defending champion. But this is the ideal start. The Filipino who got to the final 16 12 months ago has won the opening 3 racks against Fedor Gorst. It's 3-0. the Barry Berman Trophy. This is what it's all about. This is what this week has been about. It's the 48th US Open Pool Championship. There are stories breaking out everywhere, but we still don't know who's going to hold it. What a week it's been. 256 players arrived in Atlantic City. We was playing double nation until the final 64. Then from the final 64, it was single elim all the way through, race to 10. And after this evening's play, 4 will remain.
Yeah, maybe. And we got the final of last right here. This is Gorst at the end, Carl.
Yeah, against SVB. SVB was trying to win a record 6 title. And this final was 12 months on from Gorst losing in the final. He's in a bit of a hole though. That was 12 months ago. That was the past. This is the present.
You gotta wonder what he said to SVB right there. I'll bet it was nothing but something like, you know, if anybody else were to win, I wish it would have been you, but I'll take it for now.
Brilliant scenes there, holding the trophy above his head with the green jacket. Anyway, that was 12 months ago. The Filipino is breaking, and he's 3-0 up.
It's just incredible what Gorst has done, though. He made the finals again this year in Saudi Arabia, the World 9-Ball Championships. All right, let's keep the eyes on this break.
Yeah, and it will be no shock to our viewers that that world final you're talking about, Scott, Fedor was down by a mile and come back. Okay, this is getting wild in here.
Yeah, I believe he was down 9. Was he down 9-2 and then 13-9? Tied it up both times.
Absolutely spot on, and it was a dry break at 13-13. He never seen the table again. It can happen like that. That's what makes it such a beautiful sport to watch. You can be on the edge of your seat. You never know what opportunities you're going to get, but he's got an opportunity in rack 4.
That's what I think people need to understand about this break format. That's why it's the best format in the world for 9-ball. So there's just no guarantee on the blue 2, even if you make the 1.
Couldn't come more centre of the table there, just because that was the only real angle he had on the pink 4. So he didn't want to start smashing the ball too hard and risk missing the pot. This is all about just making the ball, because the cue ball's got the natural angle to land on the green 6.
You can hit this with a little bit of pace here. Yeah, any harder that might have held up. Not a problem. Looking to possibly go to the upper right here. If not, I think he can creep above the 7. This is something he does very well, though. He limits the cue ball movement. Nothing clean, Carl.
That's why he's lost the cue ball. He's ducking.
Yeah, and quickly down on the duck.
Doesn't want this to go near the rail. This makes the kick shot easier. Wow, Fedor Gorst did not clear the table.
Yeah, we're always so shocked when he doesn't do something that we predict. but he's got so much depth, so many layers to his game.
Looks like he can get a piece of the rail past the middle pocket. May have to go straight into the brown 7. I don't know if he can swerve it enough for a 2-railer. Looks like he can do both. Oh, hit the ball, Michael. Make sure you hit the ball. If you miss the ball, you're going to lose the rack. If you hit it, you might get...
Yeah, and I think that's something else on this table that he might not be used to, because when you start to swerve it, it's really going to take. You bent that cue ball a lot more than you expected initially. I don't know how he's feeling, Carl, but we pay close attention to how the balls enter the pockets with these guys, and Gorst specifically is one of the best. Nothing really clean yet.
Yeah, because if the 8 went in clean, he'd have a straight 9. Now he's got a little cutback. I mean, listen, he's the best player on the planet. This is unmissable. The left side of the arena are all for Fedor Gorst. The right side is where the Filipinos are sat. This could be a game of tennis from the crowd.
Should I soft break, guys, or no?
Ooh, okay. Getting a little bit involved. Ooh, okay. Here we go.
Now, is he emulating his opponent?
He is, he said. Shall I soft break, guys? We know he won't, because his break is flawless. Talking about flawless, Ko Pin-Yi was flawless this afternoon against Jason Shaw. 10-2, he beat the Scot. He's 9-5 up over Grabe. He's breaking on the hill.
Yeah, Gorst will never soft break him. And actually, he gains a ton of cue power on the break.
Showing the Filipino how to break hard. He's got to look.
Yeah, definitely sending a message there. Getting into him a little bit more than normal.
Put himself under a little bit of pressure on this blue 2. It's going into a nice pocket, but make sure you hit that right side slowly. It'll still fall.
Yeah, does he come all the way over? He's so good at killing the cue ball. Jeremy says soft hands with Jason Shaw. Well, Gorst has the same thing. Yeah, like so. Catches the 2 a little heavier, uses the wide side of the pocket, and keeps the cue ball nice and soft.
Yeah, every ball lends itself to the next ball. You can see on the chart at the bottom of the screen, there's no green 6. That was pocketed on the break.
And the more table time Gorst gets, not going to do any favors for Michael Bohannon. Just because of the lack of experience out here on the main stage. Not that he can't do it, not saying that. But this guy is just so used to it. He's in his element.
Yeah, if you've been flicking across the channels and you've stumbled across the 9 ball, you've always got to hit the lowest ball first. If anything else goes in, you stay at the table, you keep shooting. And if the 9 ball, or the bumblebee, as we call it, goes in, you win the rack.
pace around the table is starting to pick up just a little bit. You can sense the confidence building. Did he get a little funny here? Like to where he might have to go forward, or can he come back? He can come straight back. Watch how he cues this ball. Just below center and then goes way down on final delivery. Oh, he pinched it, Carl. Pinched it. Maybe a bit quick in the backswing, too.
It is never ideal leaving yourself straight, because you can only go backwards or forwards. He had to put a decent stroke on that, and it's cost him the... Now, if you've not played a match on this table, this shot on the 8-ball could catch you out if you're not very smart. I mean, Aloysius Yap is pretty smart, and it caught him out earlier on. Very similar.
Yeah, you're kind of gambling coming out of this. It's so deep. And this looks about as good as you can do from there. He's going to be thrilled with this look.
Ko Pin-Yi is at the table. He's 2 balls away from making it through to day 6. Tomorrow, the semi-finals. Dennis Grabe, you have had a fantastic week here. But it's over. Team Asia won the Reyes Cup last year, and it's Team Asia who are dominating here at the US Open. 3 out of the 5 players from that team are in the semi-finals.
I gotta throw this in, Carl. My pick before the tournament started is still in.
Yeah, I think it's week you've named all 3 of them to me, Scott.
Stop, I said it on TV a week ago.
I'm only joking, I know you did. That's pretty strong though, Scott. 3 of the team, it's only a 5-man team, and 3 of them are through to the semis.
Yeah, no, 1 team last year.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask. And we're back again, 16th through to the 19th of October at the Ninoy Aquino Stadium in Manila with a twist. It's not Europe, it's not America who will be facing them, it's the rest of the world. Be a tough Asia. But the well-equipped, the phenomenal, the Asian pool players.
Leaving 4 racks to 1.
All right, let's check this break out. I think it's actually got something to do with the way Gorst is playing, maybe a bit unsettled, maybe a little more frustrated, Gorst, about the break than we realize. But to me, it looks like he's, well, he's
in my
definitely
opinion, that's
made
still
good.
not forceful. Okay, so this is now a warning. If you do not use a forceful break from now on, it'll be a foul ball.
That's a bad call. Okay. This is a bad call. Watch the cue ball. It's going to hit the 3rd rail. Yeah, it does hit the 3rd rail.
And look at the spread. Yeah, immediately you could tell he made great contact there. This is a little concerning, maybe because of the pressure that Federer's put on the ref.
Yeah, listen, I'm sure tournament director Marcel Eckert will be watching on, but that was his hardest break of the match.
Yeah, and how will that affect Bonanen throughout this rack? Does he have to play the 3 off the purple 5 here? I mean, out of all the breaks, and I don't want to harp on this, that was by far the firmest break, like you just said, Carl. The first couple were definitely
Extension
questionable.
call.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, we use a bit of a guide, don't we, between the players and those commentators, and the referees. And if you see the cue ball, it's come off the left rail, back over to the right rail, and then it still hit the other third rail, and usually that is deemed as powerful enough. Maybe just this has got to the ref. It's understandable, he's under the gun, he's under pressure as well, never mind the players.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You got one guy not happy about it, the other guy not really anything, but the guy that's not happy about it's putting the heat on you as the referee. I get it. But you can just tell by the layout, you can tell by how quickly the one travels in, and you can tell by the sound.
This Filipino and Filipino pool players around the world, they will not be phased. These are super talented on a pool table. Michael Bohannon, all he's done is smile around the arena. He'll find this funny. He'll enjoy this. If anything, it's relaxed him.
Your point is well taken. I think you're right on the money there. It might fire him up even more, to be honest with you, because he knows that he hit those balls well.
Just don't want to land straight on this ball. If you land straight, you're in a world of trouble. He's actually landed where you would put it if you had ball in hand. He's plumb.
Yeah, and the table not sliding like it was a couple hours ago. It's really starting to bite.
About 30 minutes ago, he was looking very edgy. It's a different story now. He's settled into this match. As he wins another rack, Michael Bohannon is halfway to victory, halfway to knocking Fedor Gorst of the tournament. This is day 5. This is the evening session. It's a beautiful trophy, the Barry Berman Trophy, named after the founder of the US Open. This is the year Fedor Gorst is just about to walk back into the arena. He's used to coming back in pool matches. This one, though, Scott, feels a little different. There's a bit of needle out there in the arena.
Yeah, Federer's taking a couple of breaks now as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we just got a glance at the route to this stage. All eyes are on this break.
That is not soft for sure. But now we do know he can hit him a little harder when he wants. Could have been nerves early, Carl, right? The first rack definitely questionable. Second rack was definitely questionable. Could have been nerves.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it can happen, but it was just the time of the warning for me and what was strange. He warned him on his hardest break of the match.
Well, you could tuck him under the 5 here, I feel like, pretty easily. Maybe not. Maybe it's laying a little funnier than I think. It's the 2 past the 5. He's almost acting like he was going to cut it in. Yeah, I think he's going behind the 5 here. Or is he playing the 5? Yeah, trying to, that's not going to be hard enough, is it? Oh my, did it get there?
Well, we know it's not touching the purple 5. Gorst would have been in all kinds if it was. What has he left here? He's obviously left the pot. It's a big mistake.
Extension called.
Maybe he has to go off the rail a little bit. He does have to go off the rail a little bit, but listen, he's his favourite to knock this ball in. This is not the most difficult rail first pot.
No, it's, like I say, in a big ball position. The pocket plays fairly large from here. He's not going to hit it real hard. Very good. Wow, I thought he made that. I really did think he made that. I figured this table tight. It starting to act a little bit more true, but there you can see it. Yeah, definitely thin.
Yeah, the replay, you could see it hit the rail very quick. Facial expression says it all from Gorst there. You just can't keep doing this, can you, Scott?
Oh, look at what he just did. A bonus, flicked the bottom of the 9, opening the 8 up. That was the biggest problem here. Now it's the 5 to the 6 in the near future. Really? It's this shot here.
Extension called.
5 to the 6 is pretty natural. Wrapping around. Definitely a different style. That needs to carry. That needs to carry. Gorst most likely going to get back to the table. I don't think he can see enough of this. So the 4 must not have passed the 7 in the same corner as the 3. If it did, And it still looks like it does, but I don't think he would have played it like this if it did.
Gorst was out of the chair super quick there.
Yeah, well, let's remember this game, right? Game number 7. This is where it could all slip away.
This is probably thinner than the camera. It was very thin. He had to bank it. Nailed the bank. Is this the start of the Gorst comeback that so many times?
I just feel like he needs to settle down a bit. You touched on it, how he jumped out of the chair. I feel like his pace around the table's been a little inconsistent, and that is not who he is. He is Mr. Consistency.
Yeah, I'm so used to seeing Fedor ultra focused. I know growing up as a young pool player, he was a massive fan of Niels Feijen, and you wouldn't see Niels Feijen getting involved in these antics that we've seen Fedor. Super amped. How big of a rack is rack 7 going to prove to be? Fedor Gorst has won thousands, hundreds of thousands of racks of 9-ball. You just get the feeling that could be the most important one this week. Carlo Biado, the world champion, signing cues front row. Very good friends with Michael. This is the beautiful thing about these pool tournaments. All the players are very friendly, and even me and Scott have signed a few things this week.
Yeah, and that's Patrick Gonzalez right next to him. Great player out of the Marboys camp as well. Two great guys. I got to play Patrick a little one pocket out there in the Philippines at Marboys Billiards last time I was out there.
Rack 8. Fedor Gorst to break, trailing 5 racks to 2.
I presume that didn't go too well for Patrick.
Get in there, come on, something.
2-ball? No.
Something tells me that the drama is not over.
Yeah, 1 ball just hits the top jaw. That's how accurate you've got to be to find into that side pocket. It's narrow, it's small. Got to try and protect yellow 1 ball. In an exhibition, he might fly this off the brown 7 in left center, you know.
I think he actually just took a look at it, but what about just playing the 1 off the middle of the 3, sending the 1 up towards the pink and maybe tucking under the 8? I think that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, that's the boring shot. But he's a Filipino, he's got flair. He's flamboyant. He's let this one leak out. He's forgot to hide the cue ball.
Yeah, it's a pretty big mistake right there. I felt like he could stun down, play it with a little bit of pace, like into the 3. When you spin it that much, it can open up off the second rail like it did. You can't give this guy that many openings. Sooner or later,
Extension called.
he's going to take advantage. Tough to hide here. You could just hide behind the pink, but it is so tricky because you've got to roll it. Could send the 1 back down towards the 9, but dangerous. Maybe thin the right side and come around. I don't know. That's probably the play.
That is a really good shot. Can't stress how difficult that was.
Yeah, and this is how Fedorgorst wins, right? He doesn't always make the balls clean and perfect. He's got so many levels to his game, and this is a big part of it. Now is he going to get away with this? Yeah, probably going to try to use the 2 here as cover, kicking behind the 1 with a high ball. Oh, he's played it this way. I guarantee you he's played it this way, Paul.
Yeah, did he play it that way because of the purple 5? May have thought that could pot in the 1 ball up the rail.
There. Turned out pretty good. Yeah, gonna send this up towards the 3, I think. Softly creep behind the 6, but he did this numerous times in Saudi Arabia. It's one shot he seems to struggle with, where he's using kind of a full ball hit with extreme outside spin.
Yeah, Michael's got a bit of a concerned look on his face as he walks away there. Doesn't feel like he's locked him up as good as he should have. Nobody wants to give up a shot on the yellow one. Nobody's getting an easy look at it. The safeties need to be a little tighter.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to jump over onto the short bottom rail and kick behind it. Didn't even look at another option.
Yeah, the key here is to get enough speed on it, right? To get the distance, number 1, but number 2, get a rail.
Yeah, after contact, a ball must hit a rail or go in the pocket.
Look, it's thin to the side. This is a great effort by Gorst. Oftentimes will not fall when you catch that first point. Yeah, here he's going to have to come all the way over, I believe. He might be able to hold, but to ensure the make, I think you got to come all the way out past the 7.
Nice. Very nice. He likes pulling the trigger at the end.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, almost like he's counting them, the seconds, but maybe using it a little bit like a guide. It almost starting to seem. Like his countryman Carlo Beato, that middle finger starting to work a little bit more. That's just a subconscious movement in the bridge hand.
Yeah, I did see a post earlier on today on Carlo Beato's socials congratulating Michael, and he said, my best friend, so clearly very close.
Look, I don't think any of us really know how good this guy plays, right? And maybe Carlo knows a little bit more than we do. Just gotta wonder though, Carl, under the extreme pressure when this gets closer to the end, does that delivery and that little loop, and he's also got a bit of a hesitation back there, does that kind of show up?
You would think it would. But sometimes it's not all about that, is it? Sometimes you get faced with some tricky shots. He did against Jesus Atencio last night. In the last 32, he had a real tricky, long, thin 2-ball to get on an awkward 3-ball, and he nailed it, 9 apiece. Landed on the wrong side of the brown 7. It's near the pocket, though, the 8-ball.
Yeah, I don't mind coming out of the top left with like a stun inside ball here.
Extension, cool.
I think the outside ball's a little dangerous. It makes the 9 bigger, and that's the line he's looking at. I don't think you can go wrong with the stun with the inside ball out of the top left corner. Just catch the top rail first. He might be going to the long rail first. Yeah, he's going to be just fine here.
Yeah, that is good enough.
Slow down anytime soon, Carl.
Yeah, both players had plenty of shots early on in this rack. It was the yellow 1-ball. Just listen to the crowd. There's Bernie Regalario. On the left, we've got Patrick Gonzalez and the world champ, Carlo Beato. All the Filipino pool players that are still here are cheering their man on. and it won't be long before we're in the Philippines. For the Philippines Open, 21st to the 26th of October at the Gateway Mall, Quezon City. Scott, I think it's going to be fantastic that we're going to be in a mall. Over the years, we've played events in shopping malls. That's a different dimension to the tournament.
Yeah, when I was younger, on TV, I used to watch some of those tournaments that were in the malls and only dreamed of being there. So, pretty special treat for myself to be over there with you, Carl, and the rest of the team, watching these guys battle it out.
Rack 9. Michael Bowen to break, leading 6 racks to 2.
He's got real fortunate here to catch a couple of kisses. The one went high. I think he caught him a little, yeah, he caught him just a hair thick.
But if you look at the split of the balls cannoned other balls, so the split kind of makes it look softer, right? The break, that is. No word from Fedor. Ben's gone quiet all of a sudden. Ben Taylor Fuente, the referee.
Yeah, I think he can pinch draw this, no problem. It's close range. Easy to manipulate the cue ball. Yeah, this isn't the angle he wanted, though. Going away from the pink now. Elevated over the 6, or a funny bridge at best. Can drift this into the side, but boy, those are never fun, especially with your hand elevated over the green. Yeah, and you see this angle if he tries to go forward. I think the side pocket's at play. Obviously, every game's big, Carl, but once again, I just feel like these are where the turning points can happen, and if he doesn't finish it off, Gorst could come crawling back.
I don't mind him going forward here, just leaving a long 4-ball.
I think he's afraid of the side pocket, though. That's why he's drawing.
You just called it, Scott. You have just called it. Is this the moment? We're so used to seeing Gorst come back in these matches. Kind of feel it needs to happen now. No excuse for missing the blue 2. It's going into a generous pocket from that angle. He was only drawing it back about a foot.
He needs that to carry. I think it's just got there.
Well, you say that. He doesn't want to shoot this up into the upper right corner. Does he have to draw it in between the gap, the side pocket, and the purple ball? The side pocket is always there.
Yeah.
Willing the flick on the purple 5. He knew if he flicked it, it was going to help his next shot.
Yeah, I don't think it hurt him much, though. This is real natural to the
Extension
6.
call.
What a great look, though. I think the 5 is just off the rail by a fraction. That actually helps
Extension,
you a little
please.
bit. Just makes it slightly a bigger ball. Obviously, you have to catch this ball going in. And it's just barely off.
That's nice. He won't mind swinging the cue ball round 3 rails from the brown 7, playing the 8-9 combination. That sits pretty good. The cue ball's on the bottom rail. He'll be forced into playing that shot. He's not going to risk trying playing the 8 in the other corner.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind getting close to it, though, that's for certain. So probably wants to wrap around that top right corner pretty tight, unless he just goes the 2-rail path.
Gotta go 3 rails for me. You're just coming into the line of the shot better.
I agree, but there's times where he'll just play the long rails. Okay, he pounded. And notice how nice and tight he got on the 8-9. That's because the 9 off the rail just a touch.
Is it time for the Ghost? The Ghost to come back. He trails 6-3. This was the blue 2-ball just before the break. Sent it into the upper jaw.
Yeah, we've
Fedor
done
goal.
this enough. Sorry, Carl, we've done this enough to where you can, when the tide might turn a little bit, there's always big swings, or typically swings. We expect one here, but you never know.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Michael to come back into the arena. Fedor's there, Fedor's waiting.
Yeah, the crowd, there's a big rumble in the crowd. I don't know what's going on. They've livened up on us.
Well, it's just after 11 p.m. here, so that's probably helping. Yeah, Michael is coming, just about to enter the arena.
Okay. Thank you, rack 10. Fedor goes to break, trailing 6 racks to 3.
Dry break, the last time he broke.
Yeah, there's something going on in the stands.
Close to break. Here's another look. How close is this blue to the side pocket, though?
Yeah, I think he's on. Might have to roll it. He's the type not to roll, though. He'd like to elevate just a pinch. Just punch this in. Yeah, see the elevation here. That's more elevation. There's a great angle. It's a little steeper than it looks, as usual. Here, it just looks like a floater. It's nothing like that. It's a great view. That wasn't even close. Did he leave it on, Carl?
I think he can just get through to the blue too. Yeah, that should have been going towards the left jaw, a mile away.
Extension called.
Needs to pop this ball and get the cue ball over to the right somehow. There's a lot of balls in the way here. He's also got to be careful of the middle pocket that he doesn't scratch.
Yeah, you see that a lot, don't you, Carl, with that extreme low outside. They often miss it thin.
Yeah, almost like you're scared of hitting it. Then you don't hit it. Of course, he's going for the bank in the upper right corner.
Yeah, heavy favorite here. You just sense it. Nailed the bank on the 5 a couple of racks ago when he got too steep.
Did he land a little awkward?
Yeah, the good news, Pink 4 really out in open space down here. It's just all about for him right now, knocking this down. One of the best at the elevation as well.
Just not quite getting the cue ball where he wants. It's getting tougher and tougher.
This might be pretty natural, Carl, with like a high outside ball, just drifting it into the top left, medium speed.
Extension cool.
Or is the side pocket, the overhead tells me the side pocket could be in the way.
Yeah, ideally he hits just above side pocket.
No, I think he's got to do something with the cue ball here. This angle doesn't look like it, though. Sure looks like he can level out. We're going to find out real soon. Yeah, he can just level out here. This is pretty natural.
Looks good. It's very good. Under the gun, 3 racks behind. Fair play, and this is what he is at. Look at the overhead. Kind of just rolling it into the pocket. They're scary.
If he's going forward here, this is one, yeah, I don't think he is, but it's one that you'd have to pound. Watch out, 7. He knows better than I do. See how the cue ball came short, Carl? It's constantly done that all week. You really kind of got to overhit it a little bit. It seems to just feather off that top rail a little light.
Well, if that's the case, he's got to make sure he gets this one right. You don't want to be landing short on the 8 ball. Which he doesn't. It's perfect. He just grinds away, doesn't he? He just keeps grinding. He's nowhere near playing his A game here. But he's a fighter. Will just not go away. He pulls it to just 2 behind. He does not want to let go of this trophy. The US Open Pool Championship, the 48th edition. Plenty of more pool coming your way for the rest of the season. We're going to Vietnam, back over to Hanoi. The big crowd, 7th through to the 12th. Of October. Then we're going to stay there in October in Asia. We're going to take the short flight to Manila for the Reyes Cup, 16th through to the 19th. And then the brand new Open, the Philippines Open, 21st through the 26th in Manila. Then it's the big one, sports biggest party, the Mosconi Cup, back at Ali Pali, December the 3rd through to the 6th.
Yeah, 10 big majors there throughout the year. We just rounded into the US Open. Pretty good stuff. Carl, I wish you were back in stroke instead of sitting back here with me.
Rack 11. Federer goes to break, trailing 6 racks to 4.
Well, if I was and I was out there, I might be having a stroke.
Settle down, guys. Thank you.
That's nice. Ooh, it just got a flick, didn't it, on the 8 ball?
Yeah, but look at how into these balls. Look at how quick the one is firing into the side. This break shot, one of the best.
He may be tempted at the long bank. Has it got a bit of a two-way about it?
I feel like the pink 4 is too big for position. The black 8 is where he's going.
Yeah, he knows how to rein it in. And it's a good one. The pink 4 ballers kind of took away the pot with the short cue.
Yeah, Carl, I think that's something Federer does really well. whereas some players might try to get nice and tight up and behind the 8. Federer just knows to get the hook, take his chances from there.
Foul stroke, ball in hand.
And here we go.
Yeah, the blue 2, the purple 5, and the red 3 have all. Yes, but he's got ball in hand. He can put it anywhere on the table. So even though he can't really see what's going on, I'm sure he can come up with something. Well, maybe he can, as in attacking.
Yeah, he might be playing the 9 and just nudging the 3 a little bit, tucking onto the 5. Kind of a what we call a two-way play.
As in trying to make the 9?
Yeah, why not? You're going to get the snooker right behind the purple 5.
I like it.
It's an outside chance, making the 9 clearly steep to the side. But he's certain he's going to get the hook. Unless you miss-hit the 9, something terrible, which I can't foresee.
Beautiful combo from Gorst. He pulls it back to just one behind. Look at this. That was not easy. The fact that he was playing safe made the shot a little easier.
Yeah, the 2 ball could have been the cue ball, and I'd have still missed the 9.
A bit of crowd tennis going on.
Yeah, and Gorst clearly seems to be a little bit more settled down, falling back into his own style he likes to play, the pace he likes to play.
It's just been typical Federer, this.
Rack 12. Federer Gorst to break. Trailing 6 racks to 5.
Really good break, the previous. We'll be looking to do the same again.
Yeah, and this is where he gets dangerous. I don't know here, but it looks like the form might have him.
Really good look at the cue ball there. Now it across. Don't think he can pot it up in the long rail. No clue if the cross bank is on.
Yeah, I think the cross bank is on. Could he play another 2-way and maybe tuck under the 3 and 5 at the same time?
The Freeze loves a 2-way. The 2-way shot is on.
Simply a one-way ticket to paradise. Gorst off and running. Gorst. He knew it was bound to happen. He's been here so many times in these trailing positions. It's like he lives for it.
Needs a good angle on this purple 5, doesn't it? That will make the next positional shot so much easier. This has got to keep going. It's not, so he's going to have to stun this ball in now.
Yeah, it's kind of like a stun cheat, right? You're going to try and draw the cue ball straight back up towards the 6. Maybe he has more angle than it looks. I think he does. So it's now just about the speed. Doesn't have to get too close. 6 does play to the lower right.
Extension called.
Anywhere, you know, center table above the 8's great.
Actually, that's more angle than I thought.
Yeah, he could even use the long rail.
Still not out of the woods just yet. Still got to get this one right. Doesn't have a full pocket. Oh, how close was that? I didn't think he could hit there.
Yeah, he used every inch of the pocket, and I swear, 7 might even rocked a little.
We're just so used to seeing Fedor be behind in these matches. And we become guilty of thinking he's just going to do it again, but it can't keep happening, can it, Scott? At some point, he's going to get beat easy, surely.
I call it the Federer effect. I think it's real. I think it's one of the most powerful things on the planet.
Is in play. He was looking down and out yet again in a game of 9 ball. A race to 10. He's now locked it up. It's 6-6. What a match we have got going on here yet again. And by no surprise, Mr. Gorst is involved. And I'm sure Mr. Gorst will be there in London at Sport's biggest party, 9 balls biggest party, the Mosconi Cup. 3rd through to the 6th of December. We're back at Alexandra Palace in London. Yeah, the players really taking the time on the timeout.
Thank you, Rack 13.
Showing some love for Michael as he comes back in the arena.
Break. Scores are tied, 6 racks each.
6 apiece. It's a race to 4.
Yeah, to get into the final 4, the green 6, into the side 1. For some reason on this table, when they do miss the 1, it's been high. It's not common. It's typically low. And there's a great look. The 6 tracking side. Boy, is he trying to sliver this into the right side pocket. Does he just let the cue ball go here, knowing that it's going to maybe track, or does he have to swerve this? Yeah, he's just leveled out here. He's going to rip it. That's how thin he's got to hit this. I take it back. He can swerve it.
Very clever, actually, playing it off the jaw, so it wasn't as thin. Watch where the 1 goes in.
Yeah, and I presume this might even be a little thinner than it looks. So he's either got to come back and forth or just check this. He'll most likely check it. Pocket will accept the ball a little better. But boy, this is steeper than it looks, I guarantee it.
He's on it. Got to judge a cannon, though, on the pink 4.
Yeah, and he's hitting everything clean now, if you notice. Yeah, just get the 4 out past the 8 here. Oh, he went right into the 8.
Jacked up. Got to roll this ball in the corner. Old for the purple 5.
There's only really one other player in the world I'd like shooting this for me, and that would probably be Skyler Woodward. Plays the jacked up ball so well.
Yeah, this is where your fundamentals really help you. Doesn't even play it. He plays the cross bank, and he's made it. He just does things different.
I mean, obviously, he's thinking if he hits it a little short, it lands on the top right. It was never a question. How do you stop this, Carl? If you're Michael, how do you stop it?
I suppose he's just going to sit in his chair, tell himself he's involved in a high-pressure match here. He's there. It's, you know, after these 3 balls, if Fedor knocks him in. Still going to be 7-6. Okay. It's on the rail. Play for the 9 in the lower right corner.
Yeah, this for the first lead in the entire match.
His nickname is the Ghost. I think we should change it to the Grinder. Fedor the Grinder Ghost. He will not go away. And he takes the lead for the first time.
Yeah, the Ghost awfully fitting as well, though he just kind of comes from nowhere. But you just feel it coming. When you're on the outside, I can only imagine what it feels like when you're on the inside. Michael can only sit there, maybe will. A shot in his favor. He looks a little different than at the start of this match.
Rack 14, Fedor Gorst to break, leading 7 racks to 6.
Last time he was high with the 1. The 2 in the upper left, pink 4 in the lower right. What? He's got a great look at the 1. Yeah, can he pound check this out of the upper right here? Or does he just roll this in?
Yeah, if he does roll it in, that's because he's happy rolling the red 3 ball in, playing off a couple of rails to land on his next ball. He's got a couple of real tricky positional shots to play here.
Elevated again. Oh, wow. He forced an angle there. I promise you he was below the 1.
Yeah, and he's landed just off the rail, hasn't he, Scott? So he's down on this if he needs to. The ball in parts of the pocket to create angles.
Yeah, can he go into the 8 here?
Ooh. We may
I believe this might have him slightly.
Yeah, sorry, Scott. I was just going to say we may be seeing the short cue.
Is that what you do from here? The rail first is pretty good. It carries a better position.
Yeah, I like rail first. Don't jump the ball like this, man. Pie's probably further off than we may actually know about as well.
Yeah, meaning you can possibly get the cue ball up a little bit. Well, there you have it. He can't do much. You don't want to try and cheat this in the air.
Just knocking the ball in to stay at the table to give himself a look at the green 6. That was the plan. Paid off, but he's got to knock this ball in.
Yeah, not only that, he's got to get position. There's a lot of traffic down here. How does he play this? Does he level out or? Yeah, slight elevation once again. This won't roll off. Fedor-Gorst has missed. Oh, he's left. A good one.
Doesn't matter who you are, what you've won. At some point, you're going to miss one of these long balls.
Just kind of like touching on that jump shot, though, right? If you go rail first, you know you get closer. We're not judging, Gorst. I can promise you. Well, the middle finger still works. Not bad for being off the table for what seems like years.
Well, they like that positional shot.
There's the crowd. That's his cheering section.
Team Ma boys are going to be heard. Opportunity missed. The cannon went wrong. Why we're tied at 7 apiece. Well, we started at a race to 10, then at 6 apiece, a race to 4. Now it's going to be a race to 3. This has been a phenomenal atmosphere for this match. It's the last match of the quarterfinals. Ko Pin-Yi, he's through to tomorrow. So is Johan Chua, and so is the player of the season, Aloysius Yap. Aloysius Yap back-to-back open events on the World 9-Ball Tour. It started in May at the UK Open. And just a couple of weeks ago, Florida Open, the inaugural Florida Open. Wasn't easy, that, Scott. There were a bit of distance, and obviously he had to jump the 5-ball in.
Yeah, you got to wonder. I mean, he feels he can make that shot. Obviously, rail first for some on the 5. Not for Federer.
Rack 15. Michael Bowen ends break. Scores are tied 7 racks each.
All right, it's been quite a while since he's broke the balls.
That is going to be super tight into the side.
Yeah, and there's the flick off the bottom of the 9. That's how the cue ball finished low. Doesn't feel like he's gotten a lot of good shots after the break. The games he's won have been a little scrappy on both sides. So he's going to have to clean it up a little bit. Once again, I think the pink 4 is a big ball to tuck under. I think you can Z the 2, 1-2 up table, maybe behind the 5, but stun below the pink 4. Earlier, he tried to spin below it and left it open.
don't know if there's a gap there. I just don't know. No, doesn't seem it. He could swerve around, of course.
I actually don't mind that. Not Federer. He's the best with this cue. That is the dangers of the jump cue.
Yeah, was he just playing the jump bank or something? Did I miss something there? I don't really know what he was lining up.
Yeah, I think the beeps maybe got to him. Looked like he was just playing it to the lower left, but no backup plan.
Yeah, the reason why I kind of like the swerve is because I thought he could have banked it up a little bit, get the cue ball over to the right. If you leave it, at least he's got to knock a long ball in.
Yeah, and a good chance you could have got behind the 9. So sometimes maybe you overplay the jump cue a little bit at his level with it. All right, look at the tip there. It sure looked to be shaking a little bit. A lot of work left to do. Green 6. He'd love to be right where the cue ball is now on the green 6 in the future.
Needs a good angle here on the purple 5. That'll make his work a little easier to the green 6.
I feel like that's dangerous, trying to get below the 5. I feel like you could go too far or maybe even get perfect, but then when you're running into the 7, you could overhit it. Anything could happen. It's falling great, but now you understand, Carl, if you dig this a little much, you can get past the 7. Just funny things can happen. Does he try to go towards it or just go out to the middle?
I think when you're behind the shot, you just like the look of it, don't you? Just like a little slow stun shot. The usual 1 second left on the clock. 4 or 5 times he's done that.
Yeah, cutting it very close there. All right, be careful. Big stretch. Nothing wrong with playing the 7 in the corner. Not Michael Bonin.
Don't see many time fouls. Our very own Jeremy Jones. He had one at the Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, we knew that was coming. JJ standing just to our right.
Yeah, he tells us he only hears about it 5 times a day.
Okay. Is he all right here? More than likely. Looks pretty settled to me. That was a little dangerous. That could have opened up to the side pocket. But no problem.
Just listen to the Filipino fans. Team Marboys, that's who they are. They're delighted to see their man take a 1-rack lead. It's now 8-7. Yeah, welcome back to the 48th US Open Pool Championships. We are down at the business end. They can see all the players in whites have made it through to the semi-finals. Fedor Gorst against Michael Bohannon is the last quarter-final, and it's a tight one. It's currently 8-7 to Michael. Can he get the win and make it an all-Asian semi-final lineup tomorrow? Yet again, the break, as we come back, we're always just waiting for one of the players.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's some gamesmanship going on here. Federer was the one that was kind of taking a little more time in the beginning. Now, Michael dishing it back.
Yeah, and we do love all this, don't we?
Yeah, we feed on it.
Yes, the juice is flowing.
Thank you. Settle down now, please. Rack 16. Michael Bohannon to break, leading 8 racks to 7.
Sometimes the balls just don't react right, but I feel like he's hitting those hard. I mean, you can see the delivery on the cue. I mean, it's soft, excuse me. I don't want to create drama, but you can see the delivery on the cue. He's really going through them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it looked pretty hard to me. I must be getting weak in my old age. Anyway, it's going to be the push out. If you're wondering what the push out is, it's the very next shot after the break. A player can roll the cue ball somewhere on the table, hit another ball. You can even pot the 9. If you do pot the 9, it goes back on the spot, kind of where it is now. But what you got to remember is your opponent can put you back in to play the shot. You got to be a bit crafty, a bit clever.
Yeah, especially against Gorst.
Fedor, it's your choice.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's maybe the only place he could really roll out. You'd like to think that Federer's just going to knock this up. Use the 3 and 9.
Foul stroke.
Wow.
All in hand.
He thinks that rolled off. I'd love to get another replay. Upon impact, it kind of felt you were going near the 3 ball.
Wow. Just didn't expect it. Just barely grazed it. But Carl, you're right. The 3 was really away the whole time.
The cue ball.
Possibly the 3-9 coming up.
The cue ball looked okay then, Scott. Remember before when it was in the back room when Joshua Filler were playing, he rolled one down the long rail, signalled as if it rolled off, but the replay showed it roll straight.
Well, it's not going to be the 3-9. I'm a little surprised he didn't even look at that. He's got some work to do. You can't blame him, obviously. Heavy favorite to get out here. Funny things happen. I don't know that that's going to help him. his fans screaming when he's made a straight-in ball.
Yeah, they're just building the drama up. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, but it could be adding pressure to their player. Just saying. Oh, the back arm definitely shaking there. Did he go too far? Yeah, right after he had beat Wong, I did an interview and he was extremely nervous. I can only imagine how he's feeling right now, but he hides it well.
He's a cool customer, you know. Been watching him a few racks now, just watching his mannerisms. He's enjoying it. Why wouldn't you?
Extension called.
Yeah, you can just feel it with him. Needs that little extra time.
You know, and if he is feeling it, which he will be feeling it, of course he'll be feeling it. He's got a chance to knock out the world #1, the defending champ. The fact that he's just 3 balls away from getting on the hill and just having that little bit of breathing space could really help him out.
Yeah, Victor Zielinski leading 9 games to 6 last time. Of course, never out of it. Oh, he's hit that wide. He got it in, but that's why the cue ball didn't travel much.
Nothing wrong with the corner pocket here, though. He's not looked at it. I know he was playing for the middle, but the corner is not a terrible idea.
I agree, Carl, but he's committed, like the mindset is already on the 8 and the side. When the nerves are high, that's usually where you tend to want to go. Could get him in trouble.
Yeah, he liked the angle, he liked the shot, he liked just floating it past the 9. He visualized it. And he pulled it off. This to get on the hill. Well. Carlo Biardo has made his way up there, getting involved in the action.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row. Yeah, and here's a look at Federer's. Yeah, the miss hit here. The 3 was always in play, but I mean, he just clipped it. Cue ball did not veer, though. It did not veer. If it did veer, it veered to the left.
I agree. I was just about to say the same. It looked like it pulled to the left. You know, we've all been in that situation. You know, you play a shot and you kind of stand up and go, oh, it rolled off, and then someone sends you the replay and it was straight as a die.
Yeah, well, I was one of the best at that excuse, Carl.
Yeah, that's often found on page 1 of the pool book of excuses.
Rack 17. Michael Bauerlein to break. On the hill, leading 9 racks to 7.
What a huge break off this is.
Yeah, well, this is where other players have failed to get the job done. The Federer effect. Will it get to Michael?
Well, he's going to be a push out. Fedor Gorst is not over yet.
Push out called.
What do we see here? Where's he going to roll out to?
Yeah, I think this is too open. I'm just saying.
Fedor,
It's not the worst. I like him finishing down low on the cue ball. I thought he was going to leave him on the left long rail. What do you like here, Carl? Do you take it?
Michael, please play again.
Well, he doesn't. Puts him back in.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a game of chess here. You don't really want to bring the 2 back down to the bottom side of the table because that's where the 3's at. But you don't have a big choice. You could go side rail to side rail, maybe use the pink 4. That's overlooked a lot.
Very, very nearly well played. Another roll. And Fedor Gorst was hooked.
Yeah, a lot of players overlooked that play. That's pretty savvy. Didn't quite get there, but I love the thought process. Big bank coming up here.
He needs this cue ball to keep going. He wants it near the rail. Okay. Could have been worse.
Extension call.
This ball plays, I believe, to the upper right. This is it. If he can bury this, he's a heavy favorite.
Could he slam the bank in and stop the cue ball?
I guess I can't tell what he's doing right here.
Playing safe, I think. High ball. Was trying to find the gap, wasn't he?
I think he was trying to bank it and maybe come down below these balls. But it was close. Either way, he's got a little fortunate, the pink 4. Impeding the 2.
Extension call.
Yeah, really funny here, Carl. Funny position. You might just have to go forward behind the pink and send the 2 onto the right long rail. Kind of like you're just 2-railing it maybe to the 3rd rail here on the lower middle diamond. Yeah, or you could power it around 5 rails. Try and get the 2 below the 6, 9, and 3.
Fedor does his own thing out there. He's a very crafty player in them situations. As he cut off a piece of the blue too. Is Michael going to be kicking at this ball?
Yeah, Fedor Gorst, in my opinion, the best in the world at the simple stuff. The simple but very effective stuff.
Tell you what, a kick and stick here would really help the Filipino out. Kicks it on 1 second again.
And here we go. We've seen this position before many, many times.
Yeah, the simple safety has paid off. He's got to get a good cue ball here. One decent shot to get down on the red 3. Kind of really opens the rack up.
And this is natural. 2 rails down towards the 3, and he's going to land near perfect. Carl, it's extremely tough, obviously, to finish on Fedor-Gorst.
Yeah, these pool players on the tour seem to be having a hard time of it. It was a Filipino not long ago who managed that task, Carlo Biado, in the World Final. Fedor's landed. Not ideal here. But we see the performance, what Biado had to put in to get the win.
Yeah, I think he's just pounding out here. Taking the distance on the 5.
Slammed it in off the jaw. Can he just come 1 rail back out, or does he play it in the side? I don't know. Yeah, he's weighing up his options.
Yeah, you hear the big exhale from Gorst.
Oh, he goes around the back. That's 5.
Yeah, Fedor goes out of his way to use the outside ball more often than not. Even when it's pretty obvious, you can check it. Never wants to introduce any type of kick or skid.
Pretty steep angle. Glances off the edge of the 9.
I'm a firm believer that his technique carries him through these situations when his back's against the wall.
It's just after midnight here in Atlantic City, and this match is still going. It is now 9-8, and Gorst will have the break in the next. Scott, how does he keep doing it? Magic ingredient. What has he got that thousands, millions of pool players across the world simply don't?
Well, it's not new territory for him now, right? He's been through it so many times. He won the biggest payout in the world 2 years ago, $250,000. He was trailing 7 games to 0 at one point in that tournament, come back and won. So it's so familiar for him. And the flip side of that is, for his opponents, it's also very familiar. They know that he's been in this position many times, coming through smelling like a rose. And then I do think the Federer effect is applicable.
Rack 18. Fedor-Gorst to break. Trailing 9 racks to 8. Sure.
Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks.
No one has left the arena. Everyone is heavily invested in this last quarter-final. The 1 ball is in. The 2 ball, is it going to come? Is it going to get there?
Yeah, and I would beg to say it is. because it's almost reminiscent of what happened in the Zielinski match. This is very close. He's acting like it's there.
Yeah, if it's very tight, the fact that he can spin it in with right hand spin will help him because of where the 3 is. Kind of lends itself to come across the right hand side of the brown 7.
Yeah, he can make this, I believe. No problem. Good call, Carl.
From the pink 4 here, but that's okay. He'll slide 4 down the rail, come towards the 9 for a shot on the purple 5. That's the plan. And if he gets that right, he should tie it up. He should make it 9-9.
What's he looking at there? Felt like he could just come across the purple here.
Extension cool.
Not real hard. Is he looking? He was looking above the 8, just to the right. How do you get there?
I don't know. He's seen something we haven't. I mean, us mere mortals would float it in and just kind of go towards the 9. What's he got in mind? Is he going towards the 8? Is he trying to find the gap between the 8 and 9?
I mean, he was really gambling there.
Have you ever seen a shot like that?
I mean, that's just very untraditional. You just don't see taken like that. So close to catching the 8, so close to scratching the side. But he didn't.
Hours and hours of practice, training, doing everything right that a professional pool player has to do is why Gorst could pull that previous shot off. Scott, I don't know how he keeps doing it. I really don't. He has an unbelievable ability to just keep grinding away and giving himself a chance in matches.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. Now the pressure on Bonanen is huge.
Has done it again. Somehow, just somehow, he's made it 9-9. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he gave the camera a little wink there. Like, I knew this was coming. Did you?
12 hours ago, Michael Bohannon was in the arena and he started his match against Wong Kwok Kwang. He won that match 10-9. At quarter 2, Fedor Gorst was up against Victor Zelinsky. He won that match 10-9. Who is going to win this one?
I cannot imagine being in Michael's seat right now. That'll help a little bit, ease some of the tension.
There's the fist pump. Here we go.
Thank you. With the match tied at Hill, this is the deciding rack. Fedor Gorst to break.
It is a one-rack shootout.
He's on the 2, Carl.
He is on the 2.
Where is the problem? I don't see one. Maybe the purple 5. 5-7 combination, potentially.
Yeah, the only problem I see here is if he doesn't get straight on the combo. And even if he doesn't, listen, it's not difficult. I'm just trying to find a problem. Yeah, it's 9 apiece. It's the last rack. I get it, but if he lands straight on this combo, from the pink 4 to the purple 5, it's hard to see how it goes wrong. But this is the quarterfinals of the US Open, and this man, the previous 2 years, has won one and lost in a final.
Yeah, he wants to get all the way out there. Easy to let up on this just a little bit because the natural line of the cue ball is going to go right on the combination. So don't let up here.
Okay, how's he landed?
Pretty good.
Now, does he roll this ball forward or does he cinch it? If you cinch it, you may risk the 5 following the 7 in. That's the only danger. That's fine. Is he coming straight back for the 6 in the side?
He does have an extension available.
Extension called.
And he puts an extension on the cue.
Not much he can do at this moment.
Is he drawing straight back, or is he going to stun it off the top rail with right and come back that way?
It's a pretty big stretch. He's coming out for the side. Oh, and he's hit it perfect.
How do you like it? From the 8 to the 9, you'd love to be straight on that 9 ball, of course you would.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that he's done it again, Carl.
This is why he is the world #1. He has the heart of a lion. This 9 ball for another Hill win. Fedor Gorst has done it again. Back to back, Hill wins. He is through to another semi-final where he will play Johan
Chua tomorrow. What a match! And boy, did the crowd like that one. I know me and Scott did, and I'm sure you did at home. What a thrilling end to tonight's play.
Yeah, I want to have a word with him, but today's not the day. I want to have a word with him, but today's not the day.
These are the match stats for break and runs for Gorst. But the most important one of them all is the one he did at 9 apiece. Simply unbelievable. What a match, what an advert for the sport of 9-ball pool. Scott, we enjoyed that one. He's made his way into the arena where...
Wow, Scott, what an enthralling night of 9-ball we have been treated to here this evening. Fedor Gorst, how many lives does he have?
This is just what he does. It's the Federer effect, but it works both ways, right? It works on his opponent and it works on him. Like, he continues to finish like this. He's been in this position so many times. He's just comfortable there.
Yeah, and at times in that match, things got a little scrappy. It looked as though his going to come to an end, but just where he needed it, his break came good in that final rack at Hill Hill.
But it always looks like it's going to come to an end, or it seems like that anyway. With Zielinski, he was trailing 9-6, and it all comes.
Yeah, what are the main things that impressed you with that comeback? Because early on, he wasn't very happy with the way his opponent was breaking. He thought it was a soft break, but he was able to channel it in the right way in the end.
Well, that's a very good point. I think it affected him early, right? Federer doesn't get emotional very often. He holds it inside as good as anybody, but here you could see it get to him early. He started to smooth out. Michael gave him a little room here and there, and then the foul on the 3 when he was rolling it. That's where we thought it was over, and then he got some air.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the order of play for the semi-final. 4 players left in the field, and as you can see, Aloysius Yap, the winner of the last 2 open events, is going to be taking on Ko Pin-Yi, who's looked so mightily impressive all day today. And then Fedor Gorst, he somehow continues to battle through. He takes on Johan Chua. 3 Asian players in the field. It promises to be a thrilling final day of action, so make sure you come and join us on Sky Sports for the semi-finals from midday. It has been another phenomenal day of 9-ball action here in Atlantic City, and the Ghost, well, he survived yet another scare.